Hi, everybody, and a huge welcome to the 6th annual Nordic Female Investor Meetup and Pinc Capital Day. This is the first time since before the pandemic that I'm standing in front of so many people, so I feel like we need to really warm up the room so that I can feel comfortable. I'm a bit nervous, so please, everyone give a big round of applause. Welcome to Nordic Female Investor Meetup! Thank you so much. That makes me actually feel a bit better. So normally when I'm not here on stage, my name is Aisha Mossberg, by the way. Normally I work at Go to 10, a free of charge work and event space for entrepreneurs and innovators run by the Swedish Internet Foundation. And today we have a super exciting schedule planned. Before lunch, we will be listening to a bunch of amazing startups pitching their ideas. And then after lunch, we will have some keynote speaker and an amazing panel discussion at the Nordic Female Investor Meetup. But before we get started, we need to go through a little housekeeping. So during the day, we'll have a few breaks where you get to stretch your legs and you'll be able to talk to people. At 12, we'll have a longer break where you'll eat some lunch out here, outside of this room. In case you need, there are bathrooms outside of this room on the same floor. And in case of an emergency, use that fire exit over there. We'll be going on until 4:30 today, and afterwards, for those of you who want the party to continue a little bit longer, you're all welcomed for an after work at Minc, where we'll be serving some bubbles and have a live DJ. Today, we have an audience both here in the venue. We have a packed room, oh my God, and we also have an audience live online. So hi, everybody watching online. If you're watching online, make sure to be active in the chat because we both have a chat moderator who'll answer all of your questions. And I will also ask as many of your questions as possible to our keynote speakers later today. So make sure to be active and ask all of your questions there. And the startups will also be online to answer your questions after their pitches. So be sure to be active. And today, we also have a bunch of sponsored goodies. So you've all received a goodie bag. And even those of you at home have received some vouchers. So now that we've got the housekeeping over, let's start with Pinc Capital Day! Woo! Okay, let me set the scene here for us. It is year 2021 now, and women still get less than 11% of all invested capital worldwide. This is not just unfair or politically incorrect. This is a huge wasted business potential and potential for revenue. So the startup scene has a lot of work to do. And that is why we've put together this event. Nordic Female Investor Meetup and Pinc Capital Day are aimed to slim this gap. We'll soon hear from some of our amazing startups who are going to pitch for the ultimate title of becoming the Pinc Founder of the Year. But first, we're going to listen to a person who's created her own initiative that is aimed in slimming this gap. Peggy has most recently worked as Nordic's lead for Microsoft for startups. And she had a little side hustle, Time to Raise. This side hustle has now been fully funded, and she will start working on this full time. So, to introduce Time to Raise, please give a warm welcome to Peggy Poon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me. I'm here today. Can we bring up some slides? Yes, I'm here today because I was lucky to get invited and introduce you to what Time to Raise is. It's basically a program that supports women entrepreneurs in their fundraising journey. During 8 weeks, these amazing women get trainings and mentorship from 31 very talented and established people in the startup ecosystem. They get trainings on how to make their pitch perfect, how to calculate burn rate, and the fundamentals that is needed when they sit there and pitch for investors. to tell you a little bit more why we exist, I believe a lot of people here in the audience know that there is a gap. And Time to Raise vision is to close this gap and break the pattern that less capital is going to women, although there should not be like that. I will not go into any details, but we have Nora here today who created the report at Unconventional VC. So check that report out to see more numbers. To tell you a little bit more about myself, Aisha already told you that I was working for Microsoft for Startups, led the Nordic strategy. And I felt that there was a gap. I couldn't find these amazing women. And speaking to investors, they were saying the same to me. Where do they find, or how can they diversify their portfolios? And that is why Time to Raise got created. So I'm standing here today because, first of all, if you're a startup, check out Time to Raise on our website, timeToRaise.co. Or you can follow us on LinkedIn to keep updated on when the next application date is. If you're an investor, I have some amazing startups that I would love to introduce to you. Or if you're someone like me, or many people here in the room here, talk to me and I would love to discuss on how to continue breaking this inequality. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Peggy Poon. So, it has now become time to hear from our amazing startups. This year, Pinc Capital received the highest amount of applicants so far. 75 startups have applied from all over the Nordics to be the Pinc Founder of the Year. And it was a hard job for our jury to slim this down. But out of these 75 startups, they were able to find 10 startups who all have a minimum of 45% female ownership. And this is also an international competition. So these startups are all representing Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. Woo! Thank you! The startups will be pitching for the ultimate prize of becoming the Pinc Founder of the Year. But not just that. They are also pitching for a check of 100,000 Swedish kroners. Woo! Yes. And to choose who will be the Pinc Founder of the Year, we have our amazing jury here in the front. We have Ann-Sofie Herlin from Almi Invest. Give her a round of applause. We have Heidi Lindvall from Pale Blue Dot. We have Malene Ena from Liseno, and she's also an angel investor. And Helga Walfels from Crownberry Capital. And it has now become time for our startups to start pitching. First up, we have a Danish startup, Finiprise, the European Robin Hood for the socially conscious millennial, and Gen Z retail investor. Please welcome to the stage Heidi Lee. As happens. Let's see if we can fix this.
Testing.
Give a round of applause to Heidi Lee.
I don't think this is working. Perfect. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Heidi. I'm the CEO of Finiprise, and we help retail investors put their money where their mouths are by providing impact information on publicly traded companies. There is a new generation of wealth entering the investment market, and there are no financial products to serve it. We know that millennials and Gen Z retail investors invest an average of 2,000 euros each month in new investments. But over 80% are frustrated at not knowing how their money is impacting society. So Finite is the impact investment platform for ordinary people to create and measure true impact and also to build a better future through their money. Our community of FinUp can follow each other and follow their impact investments. They can upvote and downvote company impact profiles, and they can also engage in community discussions. We currently have 500 people on the waitlist from over 80 countries, and this has grown organically. And we've converted 300 investors to download our closed beta product, and we've seen that 60% of this group is returning on a bi-weekly basis. We also have secured some unique backbone traction. So we've signed NDAs with our brokerage partner, we've finalized our sustainability data provider, and we've retained fintech lawyers who are experts in the fintech license that we're applying for, which all gives us speed to market. This is our product roadmap. We'll be releasing the second version of our product next month, and we expect to be live with trading in Q3 next year. Our beta testers also helped us come up with a revenue model, and so 43% said they still want to pay commissions, and 30% has opted for the subscription model. Millennials and Gen Z retail investors who care about sustainability currently pay 2.2 billion euros each year in fees and subscriptions in investment products. And this is also growing by 30% each year. The core team is made of full-time fintech professionals. So our CTO Goiko has led and developed fintech mobile apps before. He's led development teams of 60 plus at his last role. My co-founder Gaia is a marketing ninja and serial entrepreneur who has expanded her last startup from Denmark to the Netherlands and grown profitable membership-based communities in the past. And myself, I'm an investment banker. I worked in New York and San Francisco and had fintech clients with transaction sizes of $5 billion. We've currently raised 150,000 euros to date from the global early stage VC Antler, as well as the Innovation Fund of Denmark. And now we're raising €500,000 with 20% already committed. And we're looking for angels and VCs with a focus on impact, the climate, women-led founders, B2C business models, and growth marketing. And we'll be closing this round as soon as possible, so don't wait to get in touch with me. And now that you have heard about FinUp, with your help, we can close the gap between everyday impact investors who care about the environment and the stock market. Money talks, so let's be loud. Oh.
Do we have some questions from the jury?
Thanks so much for your presentation. Can you tell me a little bit how you acquire customers?
Yes, so far everything has been organic because we are focused on the product. We converted 60% of the waitlist to active users, and so that has been just reaching out through email and kind of more of a low-tech vibe. But we have 4 different phases of how to acquire customers in the future. So now that the product is in a good place, we're going to move to paid marketing and micro-influencers, which we've already started the work with. And then the last phase is growing through growth loops and retention loops and having the marketing happen in-app. And so with every paywall, users have the option to share with 5 of their friends, and through referrals, we'll be growing in the long run.
What would you say is your biggest challenge, and how do you plan to overcome them?
That's a great question because, of course, at this early stage, we have so many challenges. Right now, we're really focused on a growth marketing expert. And so with the investors that we're bringing into this round, for example, they have previously sold B2C companies, and they're helping us now transition from just organic growth to more of a paid marketing strategy.
Just a quick question about the competition. This is a very important space, but I think there's also growing competition in this space. How are you going to beat the competition? What is your unique selling point, and how do you address competitors?
Yes, the way we see it, FinUp is a pure execution case because the market is very big. People are already investing in sustainability, so we don't have to do the work there. We are going to be better than the competition by just purely executing on what we've said we're going to do. We think we've already done this. Some of the competitors have been on market longer than us, but we've been able to release 2 versions of the product faster, cheaper, and also built a core team that is going to be here for the next 10, 15 years to continue to do so.
What do you use to track the impact of the companies?
Right now, we have partnered with a sustainability data provider that has a lot of deep data in their metrics. And then we went to our community and asked them, what is it that you want to see? How do you visualize this? So we worked together with the community to find out which impact metrics they care about. And then with the back-end data, we have an algorithm that provides a impact score for that category. And then we benchmark it against competitors as well.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Give her a round of applause. Next up, we have a Swedish startup, Loopet, a digital deposit platform for reusable packaging and circular products. Please welcome to the stage, Jennifer van der Heid. Woo!
Thank you. Hi, everyone. 16 billion coffee cups are thrown away every year globally. This is an insane number and leads to a massive amount of waste. If you think about a coffee cup, we take resources, we make a product, and we simply throw it away after a couple of minutes. This is what we need to change, because actually, if you look at the numbers, only 1% of these paper cups are being recycled. But food and beverage packaging is the second most polluting items in our oceans. And that is what we are here to change. Companies are hesitant to change because of a lack of data and the benefits for them, which we can provide. I'm Jennifer, and I'm co-founder of Loopet. Loopet is a digital deposit system for reusable packaging. So instead of consuming single-use products, you simply borrow reusable Loopet packaging and return it at any partner location. And by that, we save money, time, and waste, gain returning customers, and show the environmental impact of our customers and users. We started to sell our solution to several cafes and restaurants across Sweden, soon Norway, including Sodexo. Right now, we have more than 2,000 users who returned over 12,000 items. So they saved 12,000 items, and we have a return rate of 97%. Compared to 1% recycling rate, this is pretty good. And now the EU has banned single-use packaging this summer. And an obligation to offer reusable packaging for cafes and restaurants is just around the corner. So our solution is more relevant than ever. But we don't stop there. E-commerce grew 40% in 2020 compared to 2019 in Sweden. But so has its packaging waste, as you probably all know. Take-home food, home meal deliveries, and so more. So this is why we integrated our solution to Shopify and started with our first partner, Unwrapped, which is a package-free online shop. And 50% of all orders were placed in reusable packaging. So people are aware and people want to choose more sustainable packaging. We are a very diverse, young and passionate team of developers, business designers, and marketing people. And we are in discussions with Espresso House, with Have a Pokey, with Inca Centers. And this is why we are raising 3 million SEK right now. This is our first investment round, and we really need to step our game up. So this is why we have 1 or 2 tickets available left for some strategic partners. Join us and our growing team to really make reusing the new standard and to eliminate single-use packaging all in all. And let's talk. Thank you.
Do we have some questions from the jury?
So you're raising 3 million, and it's the first round.
Yeah.
Good job so far.
Thank you.
Could you go faster with more money?
Oh, sorry.
Could you go faster if you had more money?
Yes. Because we could, as you can imagine, we have like this network effect. So the more cities, the more customers and people we have, the faster we can grow. Right now we focus on closed environments because that is where we have the highest traction and people get used to it. So company settings, closed environments like universities. But our goal is next year to really go into the cities and expand our solution across there.
Just a little bit, it would be really interesting to see how, sort of a little bit more detail how you plan to grow beyond Sweden.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, we're starting in Oslo now, which is going to be fantastic because that is the great thing about the Nordics. It is quite similar market-wise because the digital system works everywhere. So this is where we're going to test it now in Oslo.
Have you thought about having like return systems that aren't other coffee shops and stuff like that, where you can like put it in and just leave it?
Yeah, we are in touch with another startup, also from Norway. They are developing return boxes. They're smart return boxes because we track every product in use. So every product has a unique ID that you can see as well, how many times the product has been reused, for example, how long it's in use for, which is really important for especially also e-commerce partners. And they're developing a box actually and want to use our packaging for their design. So you could put them up somewhere, people can return it and automatically also get their Loopet credit, for example, or a deposit back.
Can you tell us a little bit about competition and how you think you're going to win?
Yeah, definitely. It's a good point because I'm from Germany originally and we have several solutions over there, but most of them are analog. And that was the biggest hurdle and challenge we had in the Nordics because it needs to be a digital system. And our uniqueness is basically that we don't rely on an app. So our users, they can simply use any card. So you can use your bank card, you can use your uni student card, for example, and simply blip it. So you don't have to download an app, sign up first and all of that. And that is what we get from our customers right now, that they love this. And they think it's really good that you don't have to use an app, but we can integrate it in anything.
Thank you so much. Give Jennifer a huge round of applause.
Thanks. Is that for you?
Thanks. Next up, we have an Icelandic startup called Hema. Hema. Hema is a mobile app that organizes household chores and mental load for families. They are making technology the new household manager, saving time for families and relieving tension from relationships. Please give a warm welcome to Alma Dora Rickardsdottir.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Alma and I'm happy to be spending my birthday here with you. It was actually my work as a gender equality expert for the Icelandic government that inspired me to fund Hema, a mobile app that organizes chores and mental load for families. Now, when I was little, I used to think my mom knew everything. I mean, she always knew what was for dinner, which clothes were clean, where things belonged. But of course now I realized she knew all of these things because she did most of the things around the house. And she carried the mental load. That means that, she did all of the invisible organizational work and kept the responsibility of getting things done around the house. And my mom, she's not alone. Women and girls do 75% of household work worldwide. And this causes tension in relationships, it hinders gender equality, and it simply costs time and money for families and society. And that is why I'm proud to present to you today my startup, Hema, a mobile app that organizes chores and mental load for families. This is how it works. You start by creating a profile for your family and you invite your family members. Hema then builds a custom task list for your family and divides the chores equally. You get a point for each finished task, and Hema keeps a scoreboard for the family and uses smart notifications to make sure everything gets done. And then, of course, we celebrate when everybody's pulling their weight. Now, the market for task management app is huge, and we use these apps in our work, in our schools, in our hobbies, but not in household management. And why is that? Well, first of all, you need to build the task list from scratch and maintain it in order to be able to use it. And this both wastes time, way beyond how much it saves for the family. But what makes Hema unique is artificial intelligence that predicts the needs of each family and builds custom task lists from scratch, so you don't have to do it. Now, we already have over 400 families signed to our wait list in Iceland, and we are expecting our beta version to be ready very soon, followed by our first launch in Iceland. Our target market is young families who are building families and households in a world that is moving further and further away from traditional gender norms. There are 324 million families in the EU and the US alone, and 62 million of them are millennial families. Now, research has shown that 54% of families think that there is unequal division of household work in their homes, making 33.5 million millennial families. Our business model is a freemium model where the user can pick between a free version with ads and a paid version with subscriptions. The Hema team is ready for this challenge. Alongside my work in gender equality, I have also been building startups and working with international business. And my co-founder Silla is a software engineer and was one of the key developers who made the Icelandair mobile app from scratch. Along with Tristan, who's also a software engineer. And then we have our designer who has worked with some major brands back home in Iceland. When I grow up, I want my children to be raised in a household where everyone participates and takes responsibility. I want the future generations of men and women to live in a world of collaboration and gender equality. And today I invite you to build this world with us. Thank you so much.
And now, do we have any jury questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Can you tell me how you acquire customers for this app?
Absolutely. We have a lot of collaborators back home in Iceland right now. The biggest supermarket chain, we have IKEA, we have the biggest labor union, the Bank of Iceland, and they are all lending us their customers, their staff, and their partners to advertise our apps. So we will be selling both to individuals and also to companies and unions and such to spread the word faster. So right now we have around 15 partners, all big players.
Do you think there's an opportunity to go beyond household chores in terms of doing other things, and will the AI help you in that?
Absolutely. It's a great question. We have a lot of ideas on how we can actually leverage the AI, both in household task management, but also just general task management. But the household is a good starting point because it's so predictable. I mean, everybody has to vacuum and everybody has to, clean their house. And in order to build the AI, it's good to start in a place like this, and then we can use it further. And also you can use it in co-living situations. If you have flats, different flats sharing a common space, you can use it in workplaces, and so on and so forth.
I just wish this app was already available. I can say.
Right?
Yeah. But tell me, how are you protecting your? Do you have any IP or any barriers for competitors or?
For IP?
Yeah.
Well, since it's a software, it's quite difficult to actually protect it. But the data set will actually be what will be most precious in this whole equation, as long as aside the brand and the brand and the design and such. So that will be the two things that we will have to sort of protect.
I can't help think about the time we spend with the screen every day, also when we come home already. And it somehow makes a concern when thinking about having to check the screen every time I have to do a chore. That's already, as a woman, in my head. I don't know if you have any considerations about using an app for this kind of work.
Well, I think it's a great question, actually. And we haven't thought much about this because it's just such a handy way to, have something central so everybody can use it and everybody can look at the data. But I can see ways that you could, for example, print the list and then scan it so it would go into the app, for example, or different ways that you could actually do a less technological sort of approach and still use the full function of the app. So it's a great thought. Thank you so much. I will bring that back with me.
Thank you so much, Alma. Give her a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
I felt like I saw a lot of women nodding. This is a great place to pitch an idea like that. At least 75% of us, right? Next up, we have a Swedish startup, Mila. Mila personalizes women's mental healthcare by matching women to their best fit therapist and therapy treatment based on their personal preferences, and psychological needs. Please, and I heard that you can applaud really loudly when it's someone's birthday, so let's give them a huge round of applause to Tiffany Boswell and Natalie Sumberi. Woohoo!
Thank you. Thank you. Is this on? Yeah. Okay. This is actually our first pitch on stage, so we're very excited.
You ready?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Tiffany.
And I'm Natalie, and we are the founders of Mila, with a mission to give every woman the personalized and effective mental health care they deserve.
Look at the person to your left. There's an 80% chance that they are struggling with their mental health. Due to the pandemic, mental illness is now the biggest health problem in the world, and women are overrepresented in this statistic. The most effective solution to tackle this crisis is therapy. But on one condition: you get the best fit therapist for you. Today, people don't get their best fit therapist, meaning 50% of all people starting therapy drop out before session 3.
That's why we created Mila, a web-based platform that matches women to their best fit therapist and therapy treatment, ensuring women only quit therapy once they've been helped. Our algorithm calculates 40 clinical metrics in order to give a personalized match, offering women their best fit therapist who has the highest chance of helping them. Quite simply, the better the match, the better the therapy.
Since February, we have successfully matched over 100 women, reducing therapy dropout by 96%. On average, our users have 18 sessions with their matched therapist.
We have organically grown a waitlist of 300 users and today have over 150 therapists connected to us, making us the fastest growing network of therapists in the Nordics, with a 42% month-on-month revenue growth. Women are twice as likely than men to go to therapy and pay for it. 3,000 women today in Sweden go to private therapy every day. And that is just a small portion of the global therapy market, which is valued at $190 billion.
So who are we? I'm from a family of therapists and grew up reading Freud before bed. I'm educated in psychotherapy and in a past life spent 5 years managing sales teams across the world. And honestly, without therapy, I wouldn't be on this stage today.
I'm a sociologist and brand developer, former startup marketing manager, and the founder of Stressgaris, Sweden's largest community for women suffering from stress-related mental illness, with over 7,000 members. Our CTO, Alex, he's a senior developer and also former co-founder and CTO of the tech startup Bonsai.
In November, we're going to launch our beta platform to accelerate our matching capacity. Next year, we're heading to my motherland, the UK, where in 2019 alone, 12 million British women went to therapy. The bigger vision is to create a global platform where women around the world can be matched to their best fit therapist, where country borders are no longer a limitation. We see a future where a woman in Germany can be connected to a therapist in Singapore, if of course the match is right.
We know that one size doesn't fit all, especially when it comes to mental health care. So we are going to change it by giving every woman what they deserve, a personalized and thus effective mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing pitch. Do we have any questions from the jury?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we nailed it.
I think so too.
So as I understand it, it's just a matchmaking site, it's a good matchmaking site, of course. Or are you also able to expand it as a platform for therapists?
Yeah, that's actually, we had a discussion how to present it. So this is the first functionality we will do, which is the matching. We already have feedback taking in from the clients and from the therapists. So after the third session and the final session, we get feedback, which we can use as a next functionality, as a feedback loop. to the therapist so they can improve their psychotherapy. So we have today a business model, which is where the therapist is paying for the client they get from us, the match. And in the future, when we have more functionalities, we want to go to a subscription-based business model. So they can have a full-on platform with these functionalities to improve their craft, but also administrative functionalities such as booking, calendar, a profile. 40% of all therapists in our network today don't even have a website. Yeah. Yeah.
I was just wondering, would you open this up to other genders? I mean, I appreciate that women need therapy, but I think other genders do as well. So there are lots of men that could do with therapy.
Yes,
Yep.
we agree, and it is on the agenda. But for now, we actually want to be sort of a mouthpiece to the political view of, women are overrepresented in the statistics. But not only that, psychotherapy in general is a very masculine industry. Most of the psychological protocols that underpin therapy have been written by men, which has created bias. So we really want to highlight that this industry needs to be more female-centric. Mental health care is not gender neutral, but we treat it that way currently. So when we shift the focus, we can see that there are unmet needs for women. So we specialize in therapists that have training in PMS, PMDS, abortion, postpartum depression, but also then the conversation can tilt to men because they also have certain needs. They're overrepresented in the suicide statistics, for example.
And also from a branding perspective, we want to take on a market, we want to take this position as specialist in mental health care, because we don't want to be another generalist.
Yep.
Just one last question is, do you know if there's any governmental regulations that you need to take care of in order to have like guarantees? And if someone is not getting better, like, I don't know, it's just, I'm afraid that someone will attack you instead of like going for...
Yeah, it's a really good question. So every therapist that we have connected to us today are licensed. So in Sweden, we have Socialstyrelsen who, protects them. So if the therapist would do something or whatever, harass, whatever that could be, we can be the third party helping the client. They can feel, the support from us. So we can help them in going to Socialstyrelsen if needed. But that is not on us, it's on Socialstyrelsen, so we're outside of that.
Yeah, I just want to add to that because we're not a caregiver, we're a service provider. So from a legal standpoint, we are just providing a service within the private therapy market, which is regulated with the therapist through Socialstyrelsen.
Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Can you believe it was their first time pitching on stage? And it was Tiffany's first time with a microphone. Great job! Woo! Our next startup is from Norway. Agoprene is a material tech startup. They will create a mechanically superior rubber foam with 0 carbon emission. To present her startup, please welcome to the stage Celine Sandberg. Woohoo! Big round of applause.
Is this? Yeah, perfect. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Celine, and I'm the CEO and founder of Agoprene. Agoprene is developing a foam rubber from plant fibers to help the furniture industry reduce their need for petrochemicals. Because producing products like shoes, chairs, more or less everything around us, we are relying on petrochemicals, and this must be changed. I'm here today to tell you how Agoprene will help in that change, but first, why am I standing here? Back in 1919, my great-grandfather built the first automatic flatbread machine that you can see here. He also built a factory in his backyard. This has been the inspiration for my biggest dream in life, to build a factory just like he did. But Agoprene, as you know, is not developing a new flatbread machine. we're developing a new foam rubber material with 0 carbon emission to help to reduce the need of petrochemicals. We do this by combining plant fibers from Norwegian seaweed and waste from Norwegian wood. Petrochemicals is a product of degraded biomass. Therefore, it's also a process we can easily copy in the lab. When I first started working with Agoprene, we of course started in my kitchen, inspired by my family history. So the biggest milestone for us has been to move out of the kitchen and into a real lab. So far, we raised over 120,000 in soft funding, and we have gotten a lot of media attention. When it comes to our market, Agoprene can be used in many different applications. Every product that consists of petrochemicals today can be replaced by Agoprene. But for us, the first market will be the Scandinavian chair industry. The reason for this is that the production is just a train trip away from us. There are less complicated value chains, and the production is of high volume, as well as they are completely dependent on petrochemicals. So far, we met with 5 potential customers in Norway, and they have all expressed a need for new alternatives. The foam rubber market in the furniture industry is valued at 5.7 billion euros. Sweden alone accounts for 225 million euros. I'm not taking any of the market shares alone. With me, I have a team of 3 people. Jørn, with a background in sales and finance, and Fiona and Erlend, with a master degree and expertise in organic chemistry. For the next year, we're aiming for 3 milestones. We want to land the pilot project, we want to secure investment, and we of course want to develop the material further. That meaning we want to develop it from the current technology readiness level 4 to 6. This will all take us towards the main goal, to build a factory that can produce the sustainable foam rubber. With your help, I will come one step closer to building my dream factory, but even more important, we will come one step closer to reduce the need of petrochemicals. If you want to take part of our journey, we are planning a pre-seed round in March 2022. Thank you so much for having me.
And jury questions.
Thank you very much. How does this compare in price to the alternative that's currently being used with petrochemicals?
Yeah, so the material that cost in raw materials 10 Norwegian krones. The alternatives, petrochemicals, cost 15 krones. But we only have like the prices on the raw materials. We don't have the production costs. So with the CO2 taxes most certainly rises, we hope to be competing on the same price level.
In your pitch, you also showed hard plastic and stuff like that. Is it your plan to replace all kind of like plastics, not just rubber?
We're focusing on foam rubber. That's after discussing with like experts in industry in general, that you should focus on like one material, one process, or we have to build many factories for each material. So foam rubber is our main market, and we think it's big enough.
Is this, you may have mentioned it, I didn't catch it. Is this a patentable process? Can you have a patent on it, or?
Yeah, so we also discussed that from early days. Can we patent the technology? We can't patent the material because it's well known that you can use biomass to replace petrochemicals, but we can patent the method. So that's the plan.
Thank you so much. I wonder if you have seen any competitors in the impact sphere or sustainable foam rubber?
Yeah, so we have some competitors mainly located in the US, but our vision is that we create foam rubber from 1,000 different sources. So we welcome competitors because we can't have foam rubber coming from 1 or 2 sources. We need 1,000. So I hope more people involve themselves in making foam rubber from biomaterials.
Love that. Thank you so much. Give her a warm round of applause. And now we'll actually have a little break so that you can stretch your legs. We'll meet back here again at 11:15, so in about 20 minutes. See you then.
can come back, but the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your love. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you give me nothing. And you leave me here lonely, hey, hey. I was lost on my own way. I will never be the same girl. But someone told me never lose faith, never lose faith, hey,
Hör du mig? Ja.
I will never
Hi, everybody, and welcome back. Let's see if I can make this into a party trick. Silence. Perfect. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've had an amazing break. I just want to let you all know that we've actually added another prize. So we will be giving out the audience prize. One of the startups will be nominated or will be voted as the best pitch from the audience. So keep this in mind. Think about the pitches that you've heard so far and keep this in mind for the coming pitches that you later today will be able to vote for your favorite. I've also promised our next startup to ask you all a question. Who here knows what postpartum is? Yeah? Most of you. For those of you who don't, postpartum is the time of recovery, the first year normally after you give birth. Is that correct? Yes. Thumbs up. So, our next startup is a Swedish startup, Leia, a startup with a vision to redefine postpartum health through digitalization and AI, helping women worldwide have a happier and healthier entry to motherhood. Please give a warm round of applause to Astrid Gyllenkrok Christensen.
Thank you. I've had that question a lot of time before, so actually, after the full pitch, like, what's postpartum? But I'm thinking this is not the crowd to ask that question. So I'm super happy to be here today. My name's Astrid, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Leia. So like you just heard, we are a startup with a vision to redefine postpartum health through digitalization, helping mothers have a happier and healthier entry into motherhood. But let's start at the beginning. Meet Jane. She's one of the lucky ones. She represents the image we often see in media or social media, a mother happy in her baby bubble. But the reality can be very different. 90% of women giving birth today will experience mental and physical difficulties the year after, ranging from loneliness, anxiety, and breastfeeding complications to pelvic dysfunction and postnatal depression. Suicide is now one of the leading causes of death in new mothers. And 1 out of 10 men are now getting diagnosed with postnatal depression. The fact that there is no digitalization or personalization in this space, low access to expert, and that it's a very stigmatized area means that millions of women and their partners are not getting the help and support they so desperately need and seek. Leia wants to change that by building the world's first post-pregnancy health tracker. Daily check-ins will enable personalized content from a broad range of experts, giving new mothers AI-powered insights about their physical and mental health and the tools to deal with it. The user will be able to share her insights with her midwife and caregiver, enabling a personalized care. And by digitalizing screening models for postnatal depression and other complications, we'll be able to identify women in risk at a much earlier stage, getting them the information and support they need. We will start building a relationship with a mother where her needs are the greatest and the alternatives poor, later enabling her to invite her partner and build a brand that they can trust at the most critical period of parenthood. That will help us build a loyal user base, drive virality, but also help us to extend the relationship throughout parenthood. Postpartum care today is offline and underserved. We're seizing the opportunity to digitalize this space and bring postpartum health into millions of hands using a global agile approach. 140 million women give birth each year, and by being a potential market first, creates the opportunity to take a larger market share. We will start as a B2C freemium model to accelerate user acquisition, but at the same time target insurance companies and corporate benefit schemes offering them subscription in bulk. We will later add revenue streams, such as referral fees to commercial partners and specialists, but also a marketplace designed to meet the evolving needs of new parents. In the last couple of months, we have built and user-tested our prototype with over hundreds of women with great results. We have finalized some key medical and content partnerships, and we are currently building our MVP with a planned launch in December. We're now raising up to 400,000 euros, already half secured in the last couple of weeks, so be quick. And this will give us time to accelerate product launch, but also work on product market fit. And last but not least, with a female founder's previous experience in leading and scaling international tech and femtech companies, in combination with our renowned medical advisory boards, we have all the components to reach our mission to be a global category leader in the next couple of years. So if you want to be part of redefining postpartum health and changing the lives of millions of parents worldwide, reach out after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a great pitch. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you actually convert the customers from a postpartum stage to the kind of ongoing relationship that you mentioned in terms of extending it towards full kind of parenting, etc., and how that changes the app? I feel like I don't quite understand what that transition is and how natural that can become.
Definitely. So the health tracker that we use is a way of, so our core methodology is working with something called the daily check-in. So we will check in with the user every day, asking them to log their mental and physical health. Based on that, we will give them personalized content that is medically validated, but also recovery exercises during the first critical phase of postpartum. But we'll also put them in contact with experts when it comes to all things in the beginning, postpartum, and then extended into parenthood. So I don't know, you parents out there, it's not like you've had your first year, you survived, and now everything is la-di-da-di. It's a constant struggle. It's just your needs kind of differs, but you still want to kind of really understand and optimize your mental health about, how do I go back to work? How do I manage the load of, of the chores at home? Or how can I kind of really understand and optimize my health during this time? And the experts, so the community we're building to really kind of destigmatize this area, it will be a community of both other parents, but also experts, taking a much more holistic view. So it's all about talking to a sex therapist or, a parental coach. And by having that dialogue, we'll organically be able to track what are the needs of our users and how can we organically build that into the product. And that's how we kind of extend it into parental health.
Okay. So can you expand a little bit about go-to-market strategy?
Yep. So the plan is to release our beta in December. So we'll do a beta launch in Sweden, but at the same time, we'll do a soft launch globally. And that way, we'll be able to follow the data and track the downloads and see kind of what's the most agile way to work into our key markets. We'll obviously have to really, create a playbook about our go-to-market strategy, but the key strategy-wise would have the partnerships and making sure that the culture differences are taken into account when it comes to content. But when it comes to, it's such a massive step just to kind of educating and helping women understand that we can get a really long way before we have to really kind of personalize the culture or kind of differences in each market as well.
Given how large the opportunity is, because everybody, or a very large percentage of the world's population are parents, do you think you're asking for enough money now?
So this is just Angel's bridge round. So this will give us a runway of about 6 to 9 months. But we are already in conversations about taking in a larger pre-seed seed, around 20 million SEK, that could really kind of accelerate our first-to-market approach.
With that said, thank you, Astrid. Give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Next up, we have another Swedish startup, Lawndrop, a digital laundry service with delivery to your doorstep. Their vision is to digitalize an outdated laundry industry and commercialize digital laundry service. Please give a warm welcome to Gia Gudrunsdottir.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Gia, and I'm the founder of Lawndrop, the digital laundry service with delivery to your doorstep. Our vision is to disrupt an outdated industry and commercialize laundry service. The laundry industry is an outdated market and very analog market. What we do is that we connect the fragmented industry with on-demand digital customers. What makes us scalable and differentiates us from the competition is that we don't own our own suppliers. Instead, we use already existing suppliers within laundry and logistics and connect them. The Europe laundry care segment amounts to 19 billion euros. So let me tell you a bit about how it works for the customer. First, you as a customer place your order online. Then, the logistic partner picks up the laundry, delivers to the laundry shop where it's washed, and back to you in 24 hours. What we do is that we create a modern laundry experience from door to door. And this is what it looks like for the laundry shops. We have developed an app for our laundry partners so that for the first time they have a software to manage their business. We do all kinds of laundry and reparation services under one roof. But household regular laundry stands for more than 50% of our selling, followed by 40% B2B laundry. Due to the fact that we are commercializing the consumer space within laundry, you as a customer can get your laundry back in 24 hours, creating a quick turnaround. We launched our product in January 2019 and have since then more or less grown organically with a 10 to 15% increase per month. We have sold laundry for over 700,000 euros since we started. So how do we make money? An average order is for 97 euros, and thereof we have an average of 30% gross margin. Going to the next steps. Our main focus going forward is expansion. Now, we're based in Stockholm. In 2022, we'll open up in Gothenburg and Malmö, followed by Scandinavian cities in 2023. We are a great team with a wide range of experience within different fields, within design, business development, system development, and digital management. Our different backgrounds, together with our strength and entrepreneurship, is our strength and makes us investable as a team. And talking about investment, we're raising 300,000 euros for marketing and strengthening our team. Does this sound like an interesting opportunity for you? Join us on our mission to revolutionize laundry service in Europe. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the jury?
Thank you for a great pitch. Just wondering, because I think it's about 15 years ago, I was hearing this in Silicon Valley about digital laundry service and da-da-da-da-da. So it just surprises me that it doesn't exist in Europe. And why doesn't it exist? Is there something about the execution that's been complicated, or?
Yeah, obviously the local laundry shops, they're quite analog, and they still have handwritten notes, and they're quite old-fashioned in the way they work. There are digital competitors, but they usually own their whole chain. So they own their logistics and they own their laundry shops. But we are a software that connects these different competitors, so to speak, or different local laundry shops. So that in that way, we are different, and maybe that's why it's relevant right now. Yeah.
I wonder if you could give me some feedback from customers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, our target customer within B2C, for example, is families. So we mainly focus on families within the B2C, and their feedback has been that this is a complete time saver. I mean, who likes doing laundry? Raise your hand. No hands risen. Oh, one person there, okay. I mean, we have calculated like an average household does 1 to 6 hours of laundry a week, and families do double of that. So it's the time saving is the main kind of USP for our target customer. And within the B2B space, where we work with restaurants, office spaces, circular economy, hotels, then it's the efficiency and the digitalization that like our B2B partners today, they have to call like their local laundry shop to do the laundry, but everything is digital for us, and when you can place your order in 3 minutes.
Who is your target market right now? Is it the people who use essentially analog laundry shops at the moment and existing users of these services? Or is it families who haven't done it before, but you could actually try to get to use a service such as this?
Right now, like our main, or the customer we're targeting most is the families within the B2C space that already use existing services such as cleaning and NFIM, like grocery shop services. So we want to say like, oh, we want to be one of those 3 to 4 services you use weekly. Your NFIM but for tvätt, your Uber but for laundry, your grocery service but for laundry. So that we kind of want to start there, because there we know that they already experience this problem of stress every day and of time deficiency. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question. I noticed in the slides that you said sustainable, and you kind of think, is it very good for the environment if you're driving laundry around? But sort of how do you rationalize the sustainability?
Yes, great question. So we do all our delivery with electric cars. We use reusable laundry bags made from recycled materials, and we have environmentally friendly washing methods. And we also encourage our laundry suppliers to use energy-saving, water-saving machines. And we think the more we grow, the more we can impact this outdated industry with old-fashioned machines. We can help them make their business more efficient and sustainable. We also work with circular economy. So we do laundry for all these new clothing rental startups. We are like the missing link in their ecosystem. So we do reparations for them, we do laundry of the clothes so they can be, so that's also how we work with sustainability, working with other sustainable B2B partners.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Gia. Give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Talking about that, my dress is actually a rental also from a tip from you, Heidi. Thank you so much. Next up, we have a Swedish startup, ClowID. ClowID is a customer engagement platform that enables businesses to build truly connected relationships with their customers. Give a warm round of applause for Tatiana Amaya Vanegas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with a small story about Kim, a business owner of a small cafe. That could happen to any other store. He knows he's going to have 5 croissants left for the day, and he wants to offer them to his special clients. But first, he doesn't know who his loyal customers are. Second, he doesn't have any way to interact with them. And third, he doesn't even know his customer preferences, because every transaction he has ends up in a piece of paper receipt that is thrown away. It is still today an analog process that is disconnecting merchants from final consumers. Yet merchants want to know more about their customers, but they lack of individual customer insights. If we think about medium and small businesses, they don't even have access to any loyalty or engagement programs because they are expensive or they are too complex. We are here to solve that. My name is Tatiana. I'm the CEO co-founder of ClowID, a solution that converts the end of a transaction into the beginning of a relationship. But how does it work? ClowID consists in 2 key components: a software site for merchants that can be implemented in 3 steps. In less than 5 minutes, they can start using our customer engagement platform, and they can start interacting with the final consumer. On the other hand, we have the final consumer that is going to get the connection back through the mobile phone. Today, we have 2 options, through an SMS or through the app. But also, we provide anonymity. So we talk about user profiles, no name, no email, no phone. Then we have the connector between both of them. creating hassle-free experience for the users and high valuable data for merchants. But why we are different, why we are unique? Because we have developed a solution that is universal. We have lowered the threshold to be able to be in as many places as possible. So it's easy to install, but it's no implementation cost. At the same time, we're scalable. Our go-to-market strategy go through the point of sales providers, because they are offering our solution as an add-on of the system they already have. Also, we have no country barriers, and we have effortless onboarding. Our traction today, we have seen a great interest from the point of sales because their customers are asking for a solution like ours, but they haven't had the possibility to prioritize it. It's not their core. So they have been able to offer ours as an add-on. We have 5 partnerships that have been already signed, ongoing, and a potential out of these 5 of 12,000 customers, and a potential revenue over a year of 43 million Swedish crowns. If we look at the market potential overall, there are more than 12 million point of sales in Europe, and we want to achieve 6,000 for the first year within Sweden. Our business model is a B2B subscription model. We have divided in 3 different phases, very much connected to our go-to-market strategy. So we are in the phase 1, where we want to achieve critical mass. We are a network effect company, so we are offering to our merchants the possibility to get value of our solution without the need of the final consumer adoption. That's our first step. Then phase 2 and 3, we will have the final consumer adoption and the implementation of the customer engagement platform. The team, we have an experienced team focused on technology. Rafa, the other co-founder, serial entrepreneur, digital expert in digital transformation and technology, and coming from the big corporate, from Tetra Pak, used to work with global business transformation projects and sustainability. Together, we have the skills and the passion to take this project to the next level. Then finally, the ask. We have closed an investment round, and we are planning to have a new one at the beginning of next year, 5 million Swedish crowns to focus on business development and marketing to achieve the number of customers we have as a goal. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions from the jury?
Thank you for the pitch. Good job. I think what I want to know is where you can see your biggest challenge and how you will overcome it.
Yeah. Our biggest challenge is we have a solution that interacts with merchants and final consumers. So it's usually the question, who is first, the chicken or the egg? But then since it's a networking effect solution, we are today focusing on merchants. So we are offering a solution to them without the need of the final consumer adoption. So that's the way we are overcoming, because we are now achieving critical mass. After we achieve critical mass, we have a big number of merchants that are joining our solution, then we can go to the final consumers, because then we can offer something to them as well. So that's the way we are, it's a one single mode prayer strategy within the network effect companies.
Just wanted to ask a question about competition. How do you see your competition?
Competition is growing, which is good, because we know that it's the time, but the time is now. The biggest why we are different, it's because our solution is very easy to implement. The competitors we have today, some of them they're only digitizing the receipt, or some of them they're not doing both things together. But at the same time, their system is very complex, it's expensive, so it needs an integration, it needs time, maybe 5 weeks or something, so it's very expensive. So they can only implement it in big retail chains. They cannot go to like a small cafe or on the corner, because they don't have the possibility to invest on that. So I think our biggest unique selling point is we are universal, and we can achieve many more merchants.
Hi. The data that you collect from the customers, do you help the merchants analyze it, or do you just...
No, we help to analyze it, yes. So we provide 2 different things. Analyzing data, dashboards to understand how do the consumers behave, how often. We also provide customer feedback. So whenever you receive a receipt, you can qualify the experience from 1 to 5 stars. So we are able to combine all this data and provide dashboards and metrics to merchants from one side. But also we offer the possibility to the use of the marketing platform. So you have this data, you understand how your customers behave, so now you can also interact with them in a very targeted way. So we have those two.
And how do you acquire your customers?
Our customers mainly are merchants, and today the strategy for the go-to-market in a faster way is towards the point-of-sale suppliers, because they already have a portfolio of clients, they have the contact, the trust. So basically we do offer our solution as an add-on of what they already have. So we can achieve a major number of merchants through one single contact point.
Thank you so much. Give a round of applause to Tatiana.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a Danish startup, Lo-fi. Lo-fi is a platform and community for user-generated concerts in homes, gardens, galleries, and other unconventional venues. Please give a warm welcome to Anne Dvinge.
Good to be here. Hi, I'm Anna. I'm the founder of Lo-fi, and we are a marketplace for music to get played and for artists to get paid. Music is this force that allows us to connect and to tune in and to listen to one another. And we need to connect and be present more than ever in this time of online distractions and loneliness. At the same time, middle and early tier artists are struggling and need to find a way to control and increase their live income. Lo-fi wants to take those measly 10% that goes to the 95 and expand that slice of cake by creating a marketplace and community for concerts happening in homes, gardens, galleries, and other unconventional venues by the users. On Lo-fi, curated hosts and artists connect and create a ticketed concert together. Members of the community can buy a ticket and support the artist directly. We want to create a more transparent music economy. So with every purchase, guests can see exactly how much of their ticket that goes to the artist. Lo-fi takes a cut of 15% plus a small order fee. As the community grows and the tool gets deeper, other revenue streams will become available to artists and hosts, such as merchandise sale. We were born in Copenhagen in Denmark in 2018 and have grown, and this summer the community grew to include Sweden as well. We now have more than 800 hosts and more than 900 artists, and they have together created more than 700 concerts, sold more than 15,000 tickets, and generated more than 320,000 euros in ticket sales. So the live music ticket market, it's enormous, it's 18 billion euros, but let's actually do a bottom-up calculation instead. In Denmark, we have about 20,000 households that fits the profile of our host. We expect 45% of those to become hosts. We currently have 3% and counting. That would translate to 100 concerts a month, which would translate to approximately 55,000 euros in monthly ticket sales. If we then add Norway and Sweden, we should have 500 concerts a month, which translates to 220,000 euros in monthly ticket sales. If we run that on an annual basis, that's 5.8 million euros for those 3 countries alone. It is a volume game, we know this, but we aim to break even in 2025. And we have the team to do it. With me, I have this amazing core team of very diverse and strong skills. PhD in music research, IT systems architecture, UX, human-centered UX and CX, database marketing, and music management. They are supported by a support team of 2 developers, 2 student helpers, and most importantly, an office dog. And we, together, we want to build a global live music movement, one that empowers artists and hosts to come together and create concerts together, but also one that builds a more transparent and fair music economy. Ultimately, we want to change the way you think about live music. So, Final remarks. We just closed a round of about 2.5 million kroner. Next big step for us is a seed round in Q2 2022. We're looking to raise 8 to 10 million Danish kroner on this one. But we do have room for a couple of safe agreements, particularly here in Sweden. We really want to meet with Swedish investors. And also, of course, brand partnerships, collaborators, artists, and that friend's house that you know would be amazing for a lo-fi concert. So come join us and let's music together. Thank you.
Thank you for a great pitch and great timing for launching this.
Yes, thank you.
Can you see that you have competitors in the area? And do you know?
We have some. So the traditional music industry is usually split up between either sort of booking or ticketing. And what we do is quite unique, that we sort of marry the two factors. So we're both a concert discovery platform, but also a matchmaking platform between hosts and artists. And that is a USP that doesn't exist anywhere.
Did you say you have 3% of Danish?
Like of the 20,000 households that match, we have about 3% of those, yeah. At this
and
point.
you existed for 3 years now, so
yeah.
Should you do more in marketing? And what do you do now?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, we've had 2 lockdowns that we sort of had to deal with and fight our way through. We've actually gotten out of both lockdowns with really, really strong growth sales. We were also able to open before any other players in the industry, so that's been amazing. But yes, we are scaling up on our paid marketing right now. Very frankly, we've had an agency that we worked with, and that was really great. But we need to change that agency, and that's actually, probably coming up. But yes, we do know, and I think particularly, actually, I want to tell can I tell like a really short, story? I didn't think that there was going to be a lot of people like me who think that the best thing in the world is to have 20 strangers and a trio come into my house on a Wednesday night for a concert. So when our marketing guy said, "Hey, I want to do an ad campaign for hosts," I was like, "It's not going to work. You can spend 600 kroners." Right? Then he spent 600 kroners and he got 34 leads in like half a day, and I was like, "Oh, okay. You can now spend 2,000 kroner." And then suddenly we had 1,200 phone numbers in a week. So that's exactly the sort of thing that we're looking at. Yeah.
Love your vision, and I think artists should be paid more, and I see there's a whole movement around that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, can you grow quicker, because you say you're going to be break even in 2025? What does that mean in terms of revenue, and how far will you have gone, and should you be getting more money to market this?
Yeah, I think it's always a tricky, so breaking even is a movable point, right? It depends how much you decide to invest in scaling and marketing, and that's always, of course, a movable point. But I just actually, when I did the numbers for today's pitch and I got that 5.8 million euros, that translates into our net revenue, that translates to about 1.160, I think. And I was like, oh my God, I could totally run this team that I have now with maybe 1 or 2 extra people and marketing for that kind of money. So I'm like, oh, maybe we're kind of close to breaking even if we manage to do the scaling into Sweden and Norway, right? But it is always a movable point, right? And raising more, yeah, definitely. That's also on our radar.
And going back a little bit to your story there, how much is there already demand for this, and how much are you kind of educating people on the fact that, hey, you could do this in your household?
So there's definitely a part of education going, but as I said, it worked. I was surprised at how many people were willing to do this. And every single host application that we get, you saw on the ticket slide that I showed, here's a host that takes a small fee, but actually by far every single host sort of says, we love music and we want to share it and we want to support artists. It's every time I read host applications or just look through our communication between users, I restore my faith in humanity, honestly.
And with that closing remark, give a round of applause to Anne.
Thank you.
And it's now time for our last startup to pitch. This is a Swedish startup, Beet. Personalized plant-based nutrition platform connecting multiple players in the ecosystem to help millions of people worldwide transition to more healthy and climate-friendly foods easily and safely. Please give a warm welcome to Anastasia Trifomova.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Before we all break for a well-deserved lunch, I hope to increase your appetite by talking about food. My name is Anastasia, and together with my team, we're building a service to accelerate the global transition to the future of food. By now, most of us are aware of the huge impact that food plays on both the climate and our health. We're starting to understand that we cannot continue to eat like we're doing today. Things are starting to change, but the shift is happening not fast enough. According to the latest research by Yale University, more than 90% of surveyed Americans indicated that they would be willing to eat more plant-based foods. But only less than 10% actually did. And that is because changing our food habits is extremely hard. I have personally transitioned to plant-based foods for my health, but found it extremely overwhelming to figure out where to start despite being super motivated, and time-consuming to look for inspiration of tasty recipes that also had all the nutrition I needed. That is why we created Beet, to make it super easy for more people to make sustainable and healthy food choices by simplifying their everyday life. Think of Beet as Spotify for plant-based recipes meets digital personal nutritionist. We figure out what's for dinner by curating weekly plant-based recipe recommendations to each user based on their taste preferences and their nutritional requirements. Beet is also where we will all be able to shop our groceries in the future. Imagine completing all your weekly grocery shopping with one click of a button. After only 6 months of being a startup, we have already seen traction. We validated the value proposition with 200 potential customers. We signed plant-based recipe creators with more than 200,000 followers of target customer base. And we're negotiating a partnership with the Eat Foundation and a local grocery provider. Our target audience is a climate and health-conscious consumer, such as busy professionals, parents with teenagers, and Gen Z, which is 100 million people across 5 key markets. Monetization is based on 3 revenue streams. We can instantly scale Beet internationally, and our unit economics are incredibly strong due to our fully digital nature. We project to have 5 million users and 600 million euro revenue by 2025. We have just closed an oversubscribed pre-seed round with strong C-suite angels and a VC. But we will now open a convertible safe round to prepare for a quicker international expansion to the US and UK. We are also a strong team with years of experience from BCG, H&M, HBO, and LifeSum. And we're supported by strong investors and industry experts. We invite you to join our mission to accelerate the global transition to healthy and climate-friendly foods. Thank you.
Do we have questions from the jury?
Thank you for a good pitch. And well, my question is how you're going to reach these 5 million? Because
Yes.
it's a scale up with a really hockey stick. But
Yes.
please tell me.
Absolutely. So this is my favorite question of what is the customer acquisition strategy look like? So imagine, Beet is practically a platform for the plant-based recipe creators that are currently engaging all this targeted audience that wants to shift to plant-based on Instagram, but they are having a hard time to monetize their content. We are giving them their own platform where they can not only engage the customer in a much better way, offer extra services that they're not able to offer on Instagram, but also monetize their existing content. So through partnership with influencers and recipe creators that already have existing follower base, and because Beet is fully digital, that is the background or the logic behind such fast growth.
Thanks for a great presentation. Do you think there's any risk of churn in the sense that people will use your app when they're thinking about going to a plant-based diet, then you learn the plant-based recipes, and then you think, I have my sort of 8 to 10 things that I'm comfortable making, and people stop using the app, and how are you going to make sure that people remain motivated to work with you?
Absolutely. I love this question because, of course, we invite people to join Beet to help them transition. But it's really what we are also doing is simplifying the everyday life when it comes to food, right? So first of all, we are offering visibility over your nutrition intake, which I have to say I have been plant-based for 4 years, and I still have no clue what it is that I'm eating and if I'm getting everything that I actually need. With Beet, I will be able to see if I'm getting enough protein, enough iron, all these nutrients that all of us need to achieve our health goals. So we're going into the preventative health and personalized nutrition space. And like I mentioned, if we can reduce 2 hours a week on grocery shopping for people, why would you ever go back to then go to the physical grocery store and shop groceries like we're doing today?
Can you talk a little bit about the business model and how you see this scaling?
Absolutely. So like I mentioned, we have 3 revenue streams. So of course, we start with the B2C subscription as a go-to-market. We will also monetize the in-app grocery purchasing and also commissions from partners such as blood labs, which we can easily understand the results of your blood test and translate it into a meal plan, but also partnership with all these emerging plant-based food producers and brands, because consumers still are not familiar of how to use all these new alternative products. When it comes on the cost side, of course, the beauty of this is we are fully digital, which means that our customer, we don't have any operating costs besides royalties, of course, and being on Apple. And our customer acquisition costs are low due to our customer acquisition strategy using influencers.
Isn't it a tough market to go into? There's a lot of food boxes that can just implement a vegan or plant-based recipe box or something like that, and you compete with them, right?
Yes, so actually when it comes to competitors, the way we see there are 3 spaces. One is, of course, you can find free recipes on Google, but that doesn't save you time, and you still have to navigate the space yourself. You can go matkasse or meal kits like HelloFresh. But what they do is they offer you convenience, but they can't offer you the personalized nutrition because their business model is based on economies of scale. So it's one solution fits all, which of course we know is not the case. And then, of course, there are also apps that have nailed, we call it the end-to-end, right? So it's your recipes that you also can shop for groceries in the app, but they're not focusing, again, on plant-based niche, helping people transition, and they're not focusing on the personalized nutrition. So actually, the way we see is that it's our advantage to start digital because we will have so much customer data. And we will be able to then compete with matkasse or meal kits because we will know what resonates the most with customers and make that into a ready-made meal kit.
Thank you for an amazing pitch, Anastasia Trofimova. And that was all of the startups for today. Give another round of applause to the startups and our amazing jury. And now we're going to be able to vote for our favorite startups. Yes, there. Let's see. So go on to menti.com. I don't know how you guys at home are seeing this, but menti.com. and use the code. So I work for the Swedish Internet Foundation, and we try to be accessible. So I'll read the code for all of you who need that. The code 0788, no? 70. With a little help, I will read the code. With the code 70880846. I can't read, oh my gosh. 70880848. Thank you, Janice. So all of you will be able to vote for your favorite startup pitches, and your favorite will get a prize at the end of this event. And now it has become time for lunch. So lunch will be served outside of this room, and we'll meet here again at 1 o'clock for Nordic Female Investor Meetup, and to see who will become the Pinc Founder of the Year. Give a warm round of applause. Thank you for joining this first half of the day. See you at 1 o'clock.
Hello, everyone. Now you wonder, where does the voice come from? It's time to start. So please take your seats, and Aisha will take the word.
Hi, everybody, both here in the venue and everyone at home. Welcome back. I hope you've had an amazing lunch and made some valuable connections. I want to just mention one thing. In your goodie bags, you've all received a little pamphlet. And in this pamphlet, you can actually see descriptions of all of the startups. So if you need a little reminder of what the different startups were doing, the names of the different startups for voting, then you have that here. We also have information about all of the female-founded companies that are in Minc. So it's really interesting information in this pamphlet, so I recommend you all check it out. And I also heard that we have a community in Tampere in Finland, and I think I maybe know one of them who is watching online. So hi, everybody in Finland. Welcome to Nordic Female Investor Meetup. We had some people waving here too. Nice. So before we move on, I want to welcome Jeanette onto stage and tell us a few words about Nordic Female Investor Meetup. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. And this is my baby. And I'm really proud to see how it has developed. I'm CEO at Minc for a couple of days more, and then I will do my own projects. But we started this initiative with my female investor group called Rising Tide. I think it's 6 years ago, when we did outside Minc. We set up a small fund, 99 women from 25 different countries in Rising Tide. And the first small Nordic Female Investor Meetup was held with just maybe 40, 50 people, mainly the business angels that I knew from the European context. And then I started at Minc, and Minc took over Nordic Female Investor Meetup. And this has developed over the years. It has become bigger. And for this year, this is the third time that we added Pinc Capital, the pitch competition, and it's going more and more Nordic. I mean, it used to be mainly Swedish company. Now we have Nordic companies, and we have a Nordic jury. And we have really high ambitions at Minc, the startup house here in Malmö. We have an ambition that we call 50-50. By 2024, half of the companies in our program should be run by women or mixed teams. And same goes, of course, for venture capital. And we have done some bit walking the talk. We have our investment structure, Fast Track Capital 3, set up this summer, together with Ideon Innovation, the incubator in Lund, where we have 65 private investors. And know what? 40% are women. And I think that's really cool.
Woo!
That's why I'm so happy to see you here today. And the amazing pitches. I've been talking to many of you during the lunch, and everyone is so amazed. Wow, what pitches, what companies. And I'm really proud. So thank you for being here, and thank you for building this together with us. Aisha.
Thank you, Jeanette. Give her a warm round of applause. Yes. So I'm super excited to be moderating Nordic Female Investor Meetup. Not just because of all of the incredible startups that we've listened to, or the amazing keynotes and the panel that we're gonna listen to, but also because of all of the people here in the audience today. I know that magic and new business opportunities arise when a diverse group of people get to solve problems they experience themselves. I know, for instance, we have Noor here in the audience. Will you wave, Noor? Noor experienced that as a woman, you can feel unsafe riding a taxi alone. So Noor has founded Pinc Taxi, a taxi company with only female drivers to increase the sense of safety for women riding a cab. Yes, I see you want to clap your hand. That deserves a round of applause. And that is just one of many ideas from people watching here in the audience today, and you guys watching at home. And that makes me excited. So really take this opportunity at this event to talk to each other, network, learn about each other, because there is so much opportunity here. And during the event today, we'll focus both on the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead, and hope to encourage more women to fulfill their dreams within the startup world. And that leads me to our first speaker that will talk about precisely that. Helen Wåhlin-Lidgard is a serial entrepreneur in tech, data analytics, e-health, and e-learning, and has previously founded and co-founded several companies. She's also an investor, board professional, and advisor that has helped several companies like Perfect Day Media, Prismatic Sensors, Roa, Detail Merchandising, and Ping Pong exit into international players. And as I mentioned, today we hope to inspire women to fulfill their dreams within the startup world. And so I'm happy to introduce Helen to talk about how do you fulfill your dream. Please give a warm welcome to Helen.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm so amazed by this morning's pitches. Theirs was so amazingly good that I thought that, well, I haven't got anything to say. You know it all. So, thank you. No. Thank you. This is tech stuff. We'll see if I figure it out. Yeah. So what is my... I think I've reached a lot of goals in life. And I've thought hard about what is the most important thing, what is in me that does... what is so special about entrepreneurs? And about why we fulfill our dreams. And I think we dream big. When I was a child, I used to dream a lot. When I was 10, 11, I didn't have a best friend. I walked home from school. I read a lot of books. I lived very much in my fantasy. I imagine stories about saving the family from a burning house, inventing something that would save humanity. I dreamt a lot, and as I grew older, those dreams came coming, and I also matured into things like more practical things, I think, like why do we live in a chain house? I want to live over there in the big house where the rich people live on the other side of this railroad that crossed into our community. That was one dream I had, but also dreams about combining things, combining ideas, combining people. And I think that's a superpower of entrepreneurs, to dream small stuff, big stuff, keep dreaming. Because dreams eventually become true if you dream them long enough and hard enough. And that's what I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what I've done. Maybe you can have some takeaways of what to do and not to do, but keep dreaming. After I finished KTH, that's a Master of Science in Electrical Engineering and some finance studies, I went into a normal career because I had this dream that I would be an international consultant and living all these fancy hotels and working in big firms, where I realized quite short after that they decide a lot and I didn't get to decide anything. So I got a bit fed up with that after a few years, also in finance. There was all these men that decided things. So I started to dream about a company where we could co-create, not to be in a formal structure where we had bosses and you were not supposed to argue, but a dream about the culture. The first thing was a culture. Then I came up with this business idea. This is actually 21 years ago. So today you won't be amazed, but it was like using data to actually improve businesses. Going in data analytics, and I also had this dream about a server where you can send data and then I distribute it over the net, so you didn't have to run your own. So it was a little cloud, you could say, in the basement that we founded for analyzing data. And we were very early. I founded this together with another woman, and they said, "What are you doing, girls?" I was 30, she was 28. Analyzing data. I mean, who needs data? I don't know. I think I was right. But about the service in the basement, they were wrong, actually. Everybody wanted on-prem at that time. So that wasn't too early dream. So sometimes when you dream too early. I dreamt about combining all this data that was out there about customers and everything with the internal data, so I could read super rich data. And I think I had like 5 servers analyzing 3 days of data from Coop supermarket, and they all broke down. So it was not so good data power at that time. But I kept dreaming about that, and today this is what everybody do. This is nothing special. So keep dreaming. So I built this company. No, let's see if I can. This is I jump over this one. So I built this company, Pointer. It seems like it's a straight line, but it wasn't. It was some major bumps in the road. But I built this together with my friend and Anna Strid. That was we founded it together. And as I said, I was 30, she was 28. We actually promised each other not to have kids for 2 years. There was something you could promise each other if you were girls, I think. So we didn't, but then I had kids. But nevertheless, we built this quite rapidly, and after 8 years, we sold that to Bisnode. And I was then 37, and I got this big chunk of money, and I had a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, so I thought, whoa. So now I'm gonna relax for the rest of my life. I'm still thinking that sometimes I should start doing that soon, just after the next project. So yeah, soon. But this dream that we with the exit was to expand into different European countries, and also to combine this data with Bisnode data that was external, internal, and I kept dreaming about that. But they wanted to focus more on EBIT, so we focused on EBIT. So that was 3 years of earn-out focusing on EBIT. That was not fun. That was not my dream. So then I dreamt about quitting, so I did. But the takeaways from that, let's see. I take this one first. I wonder if you can go back. So the main takeaways from my 8 years of building this company was actually, has a lot to do with, I'm very good at this actually, go-kart. Because if we go into a curve, you hit the brakes before you go into a curve. Anybody can go-kart? Men usually understand this, yeah. A few men raise their hand. And because then you can have full speed when you go out of the curve. But if you hit the brakes too late, you get all the spinning and you don't get. So that's when you hit this 2001 and 2008, this downturn in the economy. You need to hit the brakes early so you can speed up before anybody else. That's one of my main takeaways. There are 2 really, really hard times during my time. And I didn't need to fire anybody, but it was like we asked people to cut down on wages and so on for a while, and it was 2008, I think, was 25 consultants coming home from Telia at a Monday morning, and that was without any consultancy work. That was a hard money, but we managed. Recruit the right people. You know, all know that, of course. Not the ones with the best CV, but the ones that share your values. They can be very different from you, but they need to have the same values and the same view of what the company is going to do and the fit into the culture. When we were about 30-40 million in turnover, I got pregnant the first time. This was after 2 years. It was actually 4 years into this company growth. And then before that, I was head of marketing, head of sales, head of personnel, CFO, CEO. Yeah. So I thought, is this going to work now? But I felt that I'm not sure if I can work. I want to be home with 6 months with my child. So I delegated that to a lot of people around me. And surprise, it worked out fantastic. When I came back, I felt that I will never take back all these responsibilities. I will do what I'm best at, building the strategy, dreaming, I'm very good at that. And then also selling to big clients, but not all the stuff that sort of in the middle, where there's not about dreaming, but sort of getting all this tiny stuff to fit into the boxes. So delegate, trust people, that's very important. And also, when you're about 50 million in turnover, if you have a board, they're going to say, now you need a CFO and you need that kind of person and that kind of person to actually, so you get a more structured company. Also hire people that are more crazy than you, that dream larger dreams. So you can be the middle between the structured people and the dreaming people. So you can stand here. Otherwise, you stand here and all the structured people go, nah, you cannot do that, maybe next year. And you don't want that. So also hire crazy people. Yeah. So what is the frameworks of an entrepreneur? I think not afraid of, beside dreaming, not afraid to fail is very important. We brush all the negative things away and we stand up the next morning of, yeah, we can do this. Because it's going to be many, many small failures along the way and we need to just forget about them. But then an entrepreneur can be really anybody, visionary or doer, introvert, extrovert, shortcuts, very consciousness, emotional calm. So it's about, I think it's more about anybody can be an entrepreneur. It's more in your mind if you want to be an entrepreneur. So then I did exit. Is this the next step or end of your dreams? I thought hard about that. I've done exits. After I've sold my company, I've been working with investments and helped other companies to grow and been part of their dream. And last 10 years, these are some of the companies that have exited last 2 years that I work with. And I think that they're very different companies. Perfect Day Media was mentioned here, Hannah Amanda's company. They do podcast, premium podcast. Prismatic Sensor does a CT scanner that is very advanced, so to G Healthcare for 1 billion Swedish. Roa, stand-up comedy, Johan Glans, you know, if you're Skåne, you know Johan Glans. His company, we sold that to a Danish company called All Things Live. Bonsun went IPO, and so on. The common things about all this is that I worked for 10 years with a company. So Johan Glans and Hanna Videll, or the professor at KTH, Mats Danielsson, and Bonsun, the entrepreneur Bonnie, they all worked for 10 years before their exit. They worked hard, very committed, and they fulfilled their dreams and kept dreaming. So it's not it's not a fast thing to say, I'm going to exit in 3 years. I think you need to be persistent. You need to work a long time before you exit, if you're going to do a really good exit. And for all of these companies, actually, the exit is not the end of the story, but actually the next step into something new. Perfect Day Media, so Pop House, they have now a lot of more muscles to build the best podcasts in Sweden and possibly Europe. Prismatic Sensors, GE is going to bring the CT scanner out to whole world so we can detect breast cancer much earlier. That's a super good dream. And so the exit is not an exit, it's a beginning of a new journey when your company needs to go into the new phase. 33% of the companies I work with have female founders, but also 83% have had either a CEO or COO that was female, but also co-founder, co-owner at least. And why has that happened? I think partly because I worked in the board and we were a mixed board, and maybe we saw potential in women. Maybe could that have helped? So if you have a chairman that is female, it's more likely that you have a CEO that is female. I didn't think about it at that time, but maybe I valued the women that were recruited higher than the men valued. So I think it matters a lot when we go into investment and we are chairman of boards, that we lift people up, because we see potential in both sexes. Of course we do. But 50% of these companies also sold to non-Swedish buyers. So it's an international arena where a lot of companies a lot of investors are looking at the Nordic areas. How much time do I have? So now over to the investment crowd. How many here are investors? You seem super pro, all of you. This is a sort of a hype curve. So first companies start, and then it's like all the fools rush in over there, and then it's the disappointment phase, and then you start to scale. So in the beginning, when I started investing, I invested here in '99. Everybody rushed into FramFab, and I rushed into FramFab. Everybody rushed into whatever it was, and I rushed into that as well. It was the buzzword of the month, and so on. I didn't go that well, actually. It was quite bad. Then I started to invest in this phase here, very early stage, sort of the pitches that we had today. And then I worked with the companies for 5, 6, 7 years before exit or something. But I was very active in these companies, and that's fun because you are part of a journey, and you're part of on a mission with a team, and that's really rewarding to feel that. But for financial outcome, I think if you're looking for the financial outcome, this phase here, the scale-up phase, is probably the best place to be, where companies have they have proved the business model, they have started scaling up. You can count on the customer acquisition cost. You can actually understand what they're having. You can bring in more money, then you get more impact. So I think that you need to be very clear why you invest. If you invest to earn money, or if you invest to be part of a team or a part of a cause, or if it's the impact of society or impact that is the important thing. I started out with a lot of impact investment early 2010, 2011, but then I think that impact investment can sometimes be very non-sustainable because they are not any sound business models. So then I started investing more in health and e-learning and environment, where there were commercial companies but with a higher purpose. And that fits my investment agenda, because I cannot only invest in companies because I think it's going to make a big return, but also invest in companies that I think it's going to be for something bigger. So yeah, I think it's important, because if you just rush into the business angel, you can spend a lot of money on things that won't work. But that's fun. Yeah. So my a few of my current investments, I sold a company called Pinc. This was an edtech platform to a Dutch investment company called TSS, Total Specific Solution. But then I bought back Baloo Learning, which is a e-learning platform for corporations, not for the school sector. So I'm working with that almost full time right now. And I work with Voppi. Voppi is blockchain-based embedded technology for banking. One of the visions is to bank the unbanked, because in the world there's a lot of people that don't have bank accounts, but if you can link all this bank functionality to, for instance, your telco account, you can bank the unbanked people of, for instance, Asia, and then they can do transaction to each other. And what I feel about VOPI is that we deliver trust when we do a bank solution that is blockchain based and can use people to improve transaction and transfer. I work also with, I also invested in vertical, growing vertical in the boxes, vertikadodling, what's vertical farming, great. Comes from the Mariana business, I think. But now it's not that, it's oregano or stuff. So, or you can buy a box and then you grow whatever you want. So yeah, that's fun. It requires much less water and much less. It's can be very close to where you sell things. So it's good also from an environmental perspective. This is the freedom fighters here are Yellow Elk. It's an IT consultant data analytics company that is actually now growing from 28 million to 55 million to 75 million next year in turnover, just because they don't have bosses. They have a freedom to work together and not be slaves. Danger Dogs, direct consumer, I think it's going to be also an area where female founders you have seen this, what's called a Revolution Race. You have seen other direct consumer, strong brands that a lot of women in that field as well, that I think it's going to be also big going forward. So I'm starting actually, since I exited so many companies last 2 years, I'm sort of rebuilding a little portfolio here. I'm trying to go like that. It's a few million in turnover before I enter, because I don't have that much time to spend in the very early phases. But you can always send me pitches that you feel could fit this very unstructured portfolio. So Quantum Leap designed a logo today. It's horrible, but I thought if I'm gonna show this, I need to have a logo. Quantum Leap is my investment company where I do my investments. So that's smaller investor, business angel investments. Then I'm a part of Nordstjernan Growth. For those who don't live in Sweden, Nordstjernan is the biggest matriarchy investment company in Sweden. No, Kinnevik might be bigger. No, I'm sure. But they are, they run over time. Yeah, okay, sorry. So, and they go more scale up, like 10, 20 million and on. So if you want to go there, 17-nätverket is a network for women that have built company from over 50 million SEK. So that's, and we also do investments. And King's Rock is an international network that I'm in that do B rounds, a few 100 million SEK. So I have sort of a different structure for different investments. Let's see. So, final remark. Dream big. Seek capital. A lot of women don't seek capital. Seek capital. And do it when the market is good for seeking capital. Not when you need the capital, but when you can seek the capital. It's very important not to just finalize this and that and doing extra, but now is the time to take in money, because now it's a good time to get money. Don't be afraid of deep tech, because you can use that in a lot of different areas, and there's use cases that are the important thing here. There's a lot of tech out there to be used in the use cases. So, and keep dreaming. That's my advice.
Helen. You can stay up here. You can stay up here just a little longer. Thank you so much, Helen. First of all, I want to just let everyone at home know I'm actually checking YouTube while the keynote speaker is speaking, so that I can ask all of your questions as well. So if you have questions, don't hesitate to write them in the chat. Does anyone in here have a question for Helen? We have a microphone. A little bit shy. I have a question for you, Helen. Is there ever a dream that is too big? Would you say that there is?
No. I think maybe you don't reach the full dream, but I don't think it's... no, I think you can dream big. I think it's good.
Thank you so much. Give a round of applause to Helen. I was shocked to learn that only 1% of all patents are privately owned by women. I don't know a lot about patents, but I think that 1% is a very low number. And to set this straight here today, I'm thrilled to announce our next speaker. Christina Wainikka is a policy expert of intellectual property at Svenskt Näringsliv. She has a doctorate within law from Stockholm University and an MBA in leading innovation at Handelshögskolan in Stockholm. Today, Christina will talk about women as investors, inventors, and their underrepresentation within the patent system. Give her a round of applause. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you. And actually, I'm going to start up with something Helen said. Can you dream big? And of course you can dream big. And we're often very biased, not only to ourselves, but also to others. What can that person actually do? And I think you might read what I have on my T-shirt, and there is a small logo here. Do you know Ironman? You start with swimming, and then biking, and then running. I might not look like your typical Ironman, but I've done 3. Yeah. So, if you think about, is anything possible? Yes, anything is possible. We talked this morning, oh, I've been swimming there. It was a triathlon competition there. So I've been swimming out there. But that's not what we're going to talk about, but dream big. Anything is actually possible. So with that, the topic of what I'm going to talk about, this is my father. My father went to Chalmers in Gothenburg, and I have an older brother. He was born in 1964, and when he was born, and my father found out that it was a boy, do you know what he said? And I'm still a little bit bitter about this. He said, "Det blev en chalmerist." So it became a boy, so that could become an engineer. Not really okay, as a saying, but that's a starting point for what we're going to talk about. And the base of what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to warn you, the next slide is horrible. You don't really show the type of slides. A lot of text. But just to show that what I'm going to talk about is based on a chapter in a book. So we've done some research. I did it together with a colleague, Besra Tesfaye, at Södertörns University. So we looked into women as inventors in Sweden. So that was the topic of that chapter. So this is based on research. And starting out, so that everyone has the same basic knowledge, I'm sure a lot of you know the patent system, but the patent system is a registered right. And one advantage here is that when we have a registered right, there is a register. And in the register, you can see who's the inventor, because you have to put down the inventor. So we could look into the statistics. There are very strict requirements in the patent system. So you don't just hand out the patents, but there are really strict rules on patenting. And there is a territoriality, meaning that you register for Sweden, you have protection for Sweden, but not in the rest of the world. And you have a limited duration for maximum of 20 years. The patents, they're part of the knowledge-based systems. So you have the knowledge-based assets. So you have trademarks and copyrights, and you have patents. So there are other important intellectual property rights. And when it comes to the patent system, we have 3 major patent systems: the Japanese, the European, and the American. But coming down to the most important part, why do we have the patent system? It's actually an important incentive for investing in research and development. So that's what we are talking about here today. Why do we have patents? Well, it's important for investments. So if women are underrepresented, it means something else as well. Another incentive for the patent system is to spread information because these applications become public. But looking at this far, when we talk about legislation, we often talk, is this legislation gender neutral? This legislation is definitely gender neutral. On the other hand, I often find myself, since I work with this type of questions, I often find myself being the only woman. Just last week, I was the only woman. 20 men and 1 woman. So there is something going on in this system. And then that could be one of the triggers for us. But the real trigger is, of course, the statistics. So these statistics come from the Swedish Intellectual Property Office. So there are statistics on who is applying for patents. And they yearly publish their statistics. And last year, they focused on women in the patent system. And if you look at the green line on top, that's design protection. So that's not technical patents, that's design, such as chairs and vases and stuff. 30% women. But if we look at the national patent applications, 14% are women. And those are the ones that you have at least 1 female inventor. So you have often a team and you have perhaps 10 men and 1 woman, but you have at least 1. But 14% of the national patent applications. And we talked about a little bit over lunch, and we're going to talk about more about the why. But let's rule out women are not stupid. So it's not that. It has to be something else. Also, if we look at it in an international comparison, we can see we often consider ourselves that we are equal, and that's what we are. If we look at the 2 top lines where we are around 50%, so China and Korea, and then comes sort of the Western world. US is rather high up as well. And then we have Sweden and Finland, Denmark, somewhere rather low. That's rather disturbing. We can also see, and this is definitely impossible to read, but you can see the statistics from different fields of technology. So we have fields of technology where we can see, so it's biotech on top and pharmaceuticals on top, almost 50%. But then you come down to väg och vatten. Well, So that is really disturbing statistics. So, and we also have this disturbing, connecting to what Aisha said before, only in the European Union at EU level, only 5 to 15% of the tech companies are owned by women only. So there is an underrepresentation there as well. But then to the why. And then, of course, if you start to think about the why, you could say, well, but women are underrepresented in STEM, always. So when it comes to engineering, for example, we don't see as many women as men there. But on the other hand, that is changing. So if we look at the statistics today, it's changing. So in 2019, 35% of the ones leaving, having a degree in engineering were women. And already in 2000 it was 23%, but only 14% on the patent applications in 2019. Something is happening. And that's what we wanted to sort of investigate. So what we did was that we made interviews. And one can immediately question, because the thing is that we interviewed women that had patents. So we didn't interview all the women that perhaps were inventing but did not have a patent. But we made interviews with women having patents. And first, we had findings overall on the patent system. And especially here, we can note that one motive for them to apply for a patent was that it was possible to use that to attract investments. So that was really important. So when we talk about why do we not see as much capital attracted to female entrepreneurs, this is linked together. So this is part of the same problem. And they do recognize that the patents can be important. You get an exclusive right. You actually get the monopoly to the technology. But on the other hand, if you don't know how to use a patent, it could be your most expensive piece of paper. So if you don't have a strategy, it's just a cost. But here comes the disturbing part. That a lot of the women, not to say all of the women, described how they had been belittled. So, for example, in meetings with investors, they had met people saying that we're not going to invest in this company. This is not interesting. We don't believe in anything of this. Just more or less leaving the room. And in one case, the woman had already got foreign investment, and she didn't say it because she just wanted to take the meeting and just like, I think you're wrong. And they're successful. So that was a good story. Another situation that they had been facing is that they're sitting at meetings and there are sort of one man and one woman. Everyone's talking to the man. So every discussion is sort of faced to the man, and then the woman says, I am the inventor. But she does not get addressed at all. And another problem, which is especially in larger corporations, is that you have teams, and they're working together in teams. So you have women in the teams, and then when the patent application is being done, the name of the woman is being removed. And the women that described the situation, they didn't take the fight. So they said, well, no, I didn't take the fight. And the problem with that is that the fact that you are an inventor on a patent application is something that you could use later on in your career, for example. I've been listed as an inventor in 20 patents. That is something that you can say. So if you are removed as an inventor, you're not seen. Coming down to that, you lose the visibility. You're not seen as an inventor. And they described that they were unseen, unheard, and unappreciated. So, disturbing facts. And one could say this is a limited study, of course. You could question, we asked the women that actually had patents, not the ones that had not applied for patents. But I do think we found something on why they are underrepresented in the patent statistics. But we can't end it there, can we? We should at least raise the issue. What should we do? And I think the most important thing is actually to identify the problem. And the problem here, often as a lawyer, we would say, oh, the legislation is the problem. But the legislation is not the problem. We have other types of problems, and we need to identify the problem, that we have a problem here. Because that's when we can start to do something about it. And we also need female role models as inventors. I told someone else here, I think it was during lunch, that I was teaching at a course about entrepreneurship and using of IPR as an entrepreneur. And one lecturer before me was an older man, a professor, well-renowned, and he was talking about entrepreneurs and inventors, and he had a pack of slides. And then on the last slide, there are examples of female inventors, and he mentioned Mila, you know, the coffee filter. So, ton of slides, and then one woman. And I think it's important that we leave that we do have a lot of female inventors, we do have a lot of female entrepreneurs, and we should lift them up. And also, we should have overall, in the entire society, everywhere, for everyone, more knowledge on IP to understand how to use the different intellectual property rights. Because if someone else is understanding it and you don't, you are sort of going to be left behind. So we need more knowledge on IP, because I think the ones that sort of erase the women as inventors on the patent applications, they have seen something. And perhaps the women should see that as well, and perhaps they would if they had more knowledge on the patent system. And with that said, maybe we should come back to my brother. Did he become an engineer? No, he didn't. He's a professor at Uppsala University, so he's okay. But he did not become an engineer. But you know the funny thing? No, I'm a lawyer. No. I did not. His daughter is studying to become one. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen.
No, Christina.
Long day. Thank you so much, Christina. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes. Let's see the microphone.
How much do you think it has to do with how the kind of IP and patented world needs to evolve towards technology? Because we look at the list, there's very kind of male-dominated areas that it supports. So especially when it comes to like IP and patenting code base or algorithms, how do you see that going in the future, becoming more inclusive?
I think that could be one factor, and I think that is also one of the, I described the different models of patent rules, where we see the national differences. So under American patent law, you can patent that type of innovations to a larger scale than we can in Europe. So that could perhaps be one of the reasons why both Korea and China, because they have the same possibilities, and US are higher than Europe. So that could be one of the reasons.
We have more questions over there.
Yeah.
I just have a question about, do you have any information about open source and the amount of women do actually like create patents that are more open source than maybe the female's counterpart?
I have not looked into that type of statistics, so I haven't seen that type of statistics, but I would love to look into it.
Any more questions? We have one question over there.
Thank you. I was just wondering, maybe this is a specific question, but you showed some statistic and where China was going down 1 year.
Yeah, and that is probably because that has of course been discussed and what happened that year. And they say there's some type of mistake with the statistics, so it's probably not accurate that it went down that year. So probably something that went wrong in the registers.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have a lot of time left, but we have someone who has a question over there.
Have you looked into whether the sort of gender split working in R&D sort of reflects also the difference in the IP applications?
To some extent, what we have seen when we look at female inventors, they're normally in larger corporations, but not as private inventors, for example. So you can see the representation is higher when it comes to the big companies rather than inventing themselves.
I also have one last question. So you say that you're a sole female in a lot of the rooms that you're in. How come you're in this field and what makes you want to continue?
I work with intellectual property on a larger scale, and for me, intellectual property is where it actually happens. For me, it is a business tool, and I think that is what drives me. And sometimes also to challenge, to be there, wear pink, and have done more Ironman than them.
Thank you so much, Christina. A huge round of applause. So we've gone a little bit over time, but it's time for a short little break. Meet you here again at 10 past, so a really short break. See you soon. 1/4 past. Janice is the boss. See you at 1/4 past. everybody could please sit down, find a seat, so that we can continue with Nordic Female Investor Meetup. I'm gonna let a few of you find your seats before I continue. I've actually been a yoga instructor, and I felt like I just got my yoga voice. Like, I'm gonna let everyone calm down. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice little break. Today, we're not just trying to inspire women to start businesses. We're trying to empower and enable them to grow their businesses as well. And for startups, oftentimes, getting investment is important to growing your business. And as we've already talked about, women simply get less. Why is this? And who is it that is investing? Today we were supposed to have Miriam Olsson-Jeffrey here to talk about this. Unfortunately, she's sick, and so she can't be here today, but Jeanette has offered to say a few words within this topic. So thank you. Come here. Give a warm welcome to Jeanette.
Thank you, everyone. And yes, I'm Plan B. So I will do my very best as a Plan B, and I have everything written here, so I hope it will go well. And I have a really good panel then for Fem-washing, because I will do that as well. But you all potentially have read Dagens Industri, Digital, and they have since 2015 measured how much of the venture capital in tech companies in Sweden actually goes to different teams, in the sense of female-founded teams, mixed teams, and all male teams. And I guess one thing that Miriam should talk about today was the outcome from 2020. And Miriam, I hope you're online seeing this today, and hope I'm saying the right things. But it was actually only 1% that went to all female-founded teams. And that is amazingly low. And you know what's worse? It doesn't change. And we were a bit happy. Maybe you saw in the article that we had in Sydsvenskan the other day that we said, hey, investments to mixed team have increased. It's 11%. That's better than last year. But then Miriam told me, yes, but it's worse than 2018. Okay, so it's not like it's the only positive development. And everyone knowing math, quite a lot left for all male teams, right? 88% of the venture capital in tech in Sweden 2020 went to all male teams. And of course we see a lot of changes, we see a lot of development. I mean, just having all female investors that we have here today, we see much more venture capital firms having female LPs, and I think that really makes sense. It takes too long, and we are here to change it. And I know that Linda's talking later from ownership. They have done a really, really good report about why. Why does it look like that? What were maybe the reasons why it doesn't happen faster? Because some studies also seem to say that Sweden, I guess we are one of the most equal countries in the world, but there also seems to be some sort of equality paradox, where countries much less equal than ours perform much better in these fields. And I could see when you talked, Christina, you had some countries being much higher when it comes to patent. And there are differences. I have no idea why it is like this. But there are also some research showing that in Sweden, this tends to be even stronger, in the sense that women tend to choose even more careers in fields that are dominated by women. So it's not like it's going the right way, but we are here to change it, and that's what we are trying to do. And well, that was about it.
Thank you so much, Jeanette. Let's give her a round of applause. What an event we have when this can be our plan B. Like, come on. Yes, another round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
So earlier this year, after an article in Break It, a lot of us were shocked to learn that a lot of products targeted towards women, often using feministic marketing, were actually owned by men, and women were hardly earning any of the profits. For the first time, a lot of us Swedes learned about Fem-washing. And now Miriam was supposed to lead our next panel, but Jeanette kindly has offered to help here as well. Next up, we have an incredible panel about Fem-washing, and please introduce the panel, Jeanette.
I will do that. So first up, I have Nora Baby. And Nora, you're from the Nordic Venture Capital from Unconventional Venture.
Yes.
Welcome on stage.
Thank you.
And you are investing in impact tech companies.
Yes.
Founded by diverse founders, right?
Exactly.
Yes. And you are a tech entrepreneur becoming investor.
Yes, exactly. Becoming the investor I myself needed.
And then I read also that you believe very strongly that ownership and entrepreneurship is one of the strongest tools that we have to create equality.
Exactly.
I like that. Copy
Thank
that.
you. And I think to add to that, I think one of the biggest things when talking about being the most equal region in the world is that we have great quality of life, but we do not have equality.
Good point. And next panelist, Malin Frithiofsson, a femtech advocate and an angel investor, and working as program manager for Startup Norway. And you're also leading the strong initiative Women in Tech. You're president in Gothenburg.
Yeah.
And you're apparently a very valuable source in the ecosystem. I can read that you was awarded the title Startup Ecosystem Supporter of the Year at the Global Startup Award 2020.
Yeah, that was not the best year to become named that, though, because everyone else got to go to a nice gala in China for a week paid, and I was in my pajamas in my kitchen under lockdown in Oslo. But I was still very happy.
But learn that for the future. Do not win in a COVID year.
No, yeah. Don't do anything in COVID year. Just relax. Just wait.
And final but not least, we have Bogdan to do so. And Bogdan.
Yes.
He's a well-known tech entrepreneur. I've known him for a couple of years, and you're very known here because you built a tech company named Modcam.
True.
That you have sold to Cisco.
Yes, last year.
Yes, and you're still at Cisco. And we had lunch a couple of weeks ago, and you told me something that I found really interesting, and that's the reason why you're here. I would call it a sex tech company, but I know
I will not.
No, you say, but I will not do that. So we call it female wellness.
Exactly, yeah.
So.
Yeah, some can call it a sex toy, but I'm not doing a sex toy. So I'm doing something in between sex and health and happiness, which is a pleasure tech. I will call it pleasure tech.
Pleasure tech, a new tech.
Yeah.
We have defined a new word.
No, actually, it was also being at Cisco, you cannot do anything else outside your job. And being in a corporate, you need something at the side.
Yeah, and this did not compete against sex.
It's not competing, absolutely not. And you know, after selling a company, you have like a white paper in front of you. What are you thinking at? Sex is not the right one. You are thinking at industries that are not digitalized like others, so where the tech is actually least.
Good.
So that's why I chose that.
So let us do some sort of wrap-up. We are talking about fem-washing, and as Aisha mentioned, Break It did quite a lot of writing this summer, and it created a lot of, well, engagement. You could have engagement from more or less two sides. One side saying, what's the problem? And one other side saying, my God, this is not acceptable. Because we learned about razor companies selling razors to women. They are owned by men, but when we come to media, when we come to the message, then it's a female message, and female are in the front of the companies, but not being a part of the company. Or we learned about a period product from a company that was launched on the Women's Day. It's owned by 3 men, but they have a CEO, a co-founder and CEO as a woman, and minority owner. But they are really the ones that are really being in the front when it comes to the media. And we have one company in this part of Sweden doing protein powder for women, really for women, owned by men, but they have named their holding company like a female name. And then we have my favorite. It's actually not really Fem-washing, but this is my favorite. German company. They have come to the really, really great idea that women need plastic gloves to take off the tampon. And know what? You not only need plastic gloves, they have to be pink. And know what? They got funded. You know by whom? Yes. So yes, I mean, there are some sort of interesting examples. And this is really what we're going to discuss. So do we want them? But somehow they get funded. And is it a problem? Or, I mean, what is it? So I think we start to ask our panel, what is fem-washing to you?
I can start and just say that fem-washing is when your words and your image that you're portraying of yourself isn't correlating to your actual actions. So it's the same thing with greenwashing. So I wouldn't say that in the examples that you gave, they were actively portraying that we have female co-founders, but then you realize it had less than 1% ownership, and I don't think that correlates with the messaging that they were putting forth. So when it comes to fem-washing, it's not just any company where a man does something that is related to women, but it's like when you are your actions are not matching what you want to portray about your business. And that's why I think that people were upset about these findings, because they thought that they knew what these companies were, but then they realized that wasn't actually the truth when looking a little bit deeper into it.
So transparency.
Yeah. And I think going back to ownership, realizing, but I have to add one thing that I think gets lost in this debate or discussion. This is not something new. And what is the source of this? It's the funding, right? We fund things that we mirror. And it's not the product. It's not the company itself. It's the founders. And who is funding what tells the story of whose ideas do we accept in terms of solutions we're seeing out there. So I think there's one thing about bashing the startup ecosystem for the companies, the razors and them that are doing this. But we have to be very well aware that this is a symptom of what has been existing for generations. It's just harder to hide it because now we're demanding more transparency as consumers. So I feel like consumers, make sure to do your research. If you are all about empowerment, female empowerment, make sure that it goes through all of your concerns when it comes to what is it that I am supporting with my money. And that's the story that we've built the entire industry and our society. And to go back to what I said, our society and the future that we built is not equal and it's not sustainable.
Thank you, Nora. Bogdan, I think when we met first time, I don't think that you had thought so much about this, but have you thought about it now?
I didn't know the word.
No.
So actually, when you wrote me the mail that, do you want to be part of a debate about fem-washing, I said, okay, what's that mail? I went on Google, I learned 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and I said, okay, I want to be in. And you said me that, yeah, I know you can come because you are brave and you can be like an example, because we are 3 founders in this kind of pleasure tech company. The good thing is we are a mixed team, so we have women as well. But yeah, for me, it's like about transparency. It's about, doesn't matter. So, okay, we are 3 men. I didn't know about fem-washing. I didn't know that we cannot invent things for women. But it's about transparency. Coming here and telling you that, okay, this is my story. I can be really open how we invented the stuff and how we came with different ideas. And after that, of course, finding women that are really good and can help us to make our dream true. So I think that is a good thing.
So getting back to transparency, to be what you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I just want to add on what Nora said, that this isn't a new problem, and it's also isn't a startup problem. We've had this discussion before, and it's a kind of I think why a lot of people were on the other spectrum of this great article that became a big kind of debate was that well, I'm trying to do something good here. I'm trying to create something for women. Why should I be penalized for this? And I think that it goes to transparency, but also like from women in tech, I see that the big corporations are fem-washing a lot more than startups are. I can definitely have people reach out to us and say that, okay, so equality is our biggest thing for next year. It's our big strategy goal. Can you please come and do a talk? And can you come and like do some mentoring for ours? Okay, sure. Here's what's going to cost to have us come. Oh, no, we don't have a budget for this. Oh, you don't have a budget for your biggest strategy goal next year? Can I ask how big is your after work budget? Because if it's bigger than your equality budget, I think you prioritize afterworks more than you prioritize equality. So that is also like a big issue. So like it's an issue with these startups also kind of using it as a marketing tool, obviously, but we can't forget that it's done by corporates that has a lot more money to actually do something than.
And I think to add to that, I mean, whatever brand you're consuming, whatever kind of, look in, and I promise you, it's 99.9% male-owned, but it's targeting female consumers, and they're understanding that there's this consumer activism going on right now, right? With the transparency, having access to information. And what gets funded is ultimately where it starts, and that gives us I forgot. I have too many languages sometimes I talk. The context in which we consume.
I believe also when you look at the VC, we said there are more LPs now that are women. And it's also now a debate, and I know Miriam has written about it as well, symbol investment, that you need to somehow fulfill a quota and you invest in female companies. But when it comes to money, it's much less. Maybe it's earlier stage, but when it comes to quantities, that's sort of a fem-washing as well to show, well, we have 30% in our portfolio are mixed teams of women.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, ever heard about diversity washing? That's always been existing forever. And now when we look at, taking bits and parts of the diversity measurement, gender obviously is very easy for us because we do measure gender in the Nordics or in Europe. And I think what we're seeing, I mean, obviously we do a report each year where we take a temperature in the funding gap. We have one now being launched on the 10th of November. And what we can very clearly see, for an industry that claims to be data-driven, we're not following the data. We are not looking at this as great investments. This is a need that we're fulfilling just to be, more pleasant for the industry or both be more. So what does it come down to? It's structural barriers that are not inclusive. And even though if they should be inclusive for women, we still see only one kind of women in that model. So we have to be very aware that if we pick and choose between the diversity measurement, then we're actually excluding someone. So what should we do? We should build inclusive infrastructures. Just focusing on that, and the diversity will take care of itself.
And I mean, even if this is called Nordic Female Investor Meetup, the target, the end goal is, of course, diversity.
Obviously.
Always diversity. But from where you are today, based on this topic, I mean, what is your stand? Is it a problem, or, I mean, where are we, and how do you really cope with it?
I would say that it is a problem. I think it's a weird problem because when it comes to every other very early stage startup, like if we look at the team, like in investor series in the early stages, it's all about the team. It's completely fine to say that I don't trust this team because they're doing something in marine biology, but they have no background in it, or they're doing something for the kind of automotive industry, but they have no background there. So it's a valid kind of point to say that I don't think this is the team to do it because they don't have the relevant relevant kind of lived experience. But it's not like when I look at all male teams doing things for female health, it's all of a sudden it's not fine to kind of say that, because then it's not kind of bashing anyone. It's just like the same kind of investment decision that I would make for anything else, is that, do I believe that you are the best team to do this? Is there no other team out there to do this, run with this better than you? And if it's an all-male team doing something for women, I would say that probably there is a team that would do it better, just because they have the closeness to and the experience. So it's not like about gender as a activism, even though I'm very fond of that as well. But it's in this sense, it's just like what we would say for any other investment.
Oh, definitely, and I agree with you. So it is easier to raise money when you have like 1 or 2 exits, really easy. So it's not a problem. So they don't even ask you about the product. So definitely, but so we have discussed with a lot of women. We have research done on 20,000 women, and what we have done, we took the engineering hat on us and try to come up with kind of sensors, this kind of machine learning, and what we can do for be better. So this is what we have done. So we never thought that, okay, we don't have a women with us. So of course, we talked with a lot of them. We are talking to sexologists, we are talking to gynecologists and psychologists and a lot of other people. So yeah, definitely. And I invite women to do exactly the same thing we are doing. No worries.
And I mean, we had a very open and honest conversation as well, because I was asking, like, okay, so how do you disclose, women as your co-founder? Because they have probably 100% experience of being women. So how does that count into the research? And I understand, I mean, you are also part of a structure that you also know that from an engineering hat and the network effect that you are under, meaning that you have the right networks because you've done this prior. It's also about timing, because being an entrepreneur is about maximizing and minimizing the time, and that's where you are. And I just really appreciate the transparency, and hopefully that's the conversations we can have with the startup that are building this. But the focus should be, what kind of responsibility are we demanding as consumers, first of all? And the second of all is obviously the capital.
So, Malin, what are you telling your startups at Startup Norway? I mean, is this a discussion in Norway, and is it something that you're...
We don't have that many femtech startups, and I think that is an issue in itself.
New market, everyone, Norway.
It's one of the most expansive markets right now. So I'd say, and not just because we just started a venture studio for only femtech in Sweden. So I'm a little bit biased, but I definitely see a correlation of there being a lack of female tech founders and the lack of innovation in the female wellness space. So I also welcome innovation in that space, which is heavily under-innovated. I want us to, I believe in generational wealth, and I believe in women as owners and producers and not just consumers of products. But when I speak to startups, after I was quoted in that article, which was a great article, I wasn't supposed to be quoted. It was interviewed about our venture studio, and she just happened to ask me. And I think I said, oh my gosh, that is so crazy. And that made it into the article. So Lisa say I got a lot of emails afterwards, and I made it a point to meet with, it was only male founders who was all male teams working towards selling towards women. And I was like, okay, so I'm going to take every meeting that I get. I had literally scheduled Fridays after Friday to just sit and take these meetings. And what I said to, I would say 99% of them is that some of them was like, I'm really happy you're doing this. It's going to be a great product. I would trust in you more in kind of what you want to achieve with this and create a good product if you had a woman on the team and invite her as an owner. Some of them actually said, you should not be doing this. You should not be doing this. You should not make an investment case with all male that's going to profit on women being afraid of being raped. I don't think that's a good idea. It's not lovely optics, but of course they already had venture capital pledged from all male investors. So that is coming soon. And obviously it wasn't even a concern that I said that, okay, so your market grows with women's fear of rape grows. Because if women wake up tomorrow and are not scared anymore, no one's going to pay for your app. And they had not thought about that. And I think that is quite what I would say is telling about the pink gloves and all these things, is that when it's really hard to design for an experience that you've never had.
No.
And there are some experiences about being a woman that are so intimate. And I would say that the fear of sexual abuse is the most intimate experience you can have as a woman, possibly. And I don't believe that men can design for that. I just don't, in the same way I don't believe an all-female team can design the best product for something that is very intimately a part of the male lived experience. So that's, in some of them were like, you should do this because I think you can execute this. And some were like, no. So it depends completely on what the startup does, because if you're transparent, if you say that we are an all-male team, we're not trying to fool anyone and into believing that you're actually buying a product that's created by and for women, then I welcome innovation in a space that definitely needs innovation.
Yeah, definitely. And it was also in a moment, so you are selling a company, so you are here up, and after that you are going down and you are trying to find a new idea. And my two co-founders, so they were in the same area, so we were in the same office. So it was much easier to talk to them. So what we can do at the site, and come up with ideas. It was not only about that, it was some other thousands of ideas we had. And after that we focused on this one. And of course we had Zoom meetings, and it's painful, so not finding like people trying to talk to you like face to face. So we find a sexologist, and they were like, "Yo, yes, yeah, we really encourage this one." So there it was.
And
nice.
as we both, me and Nora, said when we spoke before this, is that as an investor, I would be more keen to invest in you if you had a female co-founder that was also part of owning the company, just because of what your product is, obviously.
And you have a female CEO, Helena, sitting there. Also being a part owner in the company.
Yes.
But Bogdan, asking you, being here, and I mean, now you know what fem-washing is.
Yeah.
How will that affect how you will develop your company, and how, I mean, where does it take you?
I mean, it will be like it's a mixed team.
Yeah.
So we are there, and we shared with you what we are doing, and we shared with you who we are. So I think that we are going forward with that.
And we definitely need more innovation with female pleasure.
Yes.
I thought it was very fun when you started saying like everyone here has 100% experience of being a woman. I think like 100% is experience with female unpleasure. So I feel like that is also a very intimate lived experience from being a woman. Well, it needs innovation.
But
Did I just say this right now? Okay.
Just to add to that, we need innovation. That's the very core. It doesn't matter, that's what's being lost when we do not fund more diverse founders. Fun innovation, important innovation, problem-solving innovation. For societies today, that is not part of it. And we heard an amazing two speakers prior, both Helena and Christina, talk about their journeys of what they're seeing. And I think at the very core, obviously representation matters, but where do we start, right? And if we're always talking about the glory of entrepreneurship, that we're not facing with the challenges that entrepreneurs are facing. And with that, really moving into the early stages, right? Because that's where it starts. It doesn't matter, unfortunately, what happens at Series A, B, C, because here's also the thing. We could see very clearly in the report that we do that even though when female founders and mixed have traction, have proof, have revenue, they're still getting less, which means they are funding more women, but they're getting smaller sizes, and the sizes compared to later stages for female founders are as little as 1/6. Early stages, as little as 1/3 compared to male founders. What is that telling us when we're trying to support and build the innovation that is both fun and that we need?
Exactly. And I just have to add to that and say that it's so important, like who you have an investor and why you're investing. Because I took it upon myself to kind of present all the statistic to an investment group and say, this is how female founders, this is all the data on like how we evaluate the same pitch differently. We give them blah, blah, blah. I did this whole kind of presentation, like fire, now we're going to change this, we're going to do better. And they were like, so you're telling me that just because someone is a woman, they're going to have a harder time raising the next round? Yeah, we have to change it. Well, so that means more risk for us to invest in female founders. So that's a reason for us not to do it, actually, because we're in the risk mitigation game. We're investors. So if it's a higher risk for a case just because she's a woman, because as a woman living in a not equal society, it's going to be harder for her to raise her business. So really, you're just giving us kind of arguments why not to invest in female founders. And it was not really what I was expecting, obviously, from that conversation, but it just goes to show that it is like when we present all these facts, there are some kind of people that are going to be like, okay, that's the reason not to invest. The people are just in it for not actually changing.
Yeah, but I
status
think
quo.
we need a whole section on risk.
Yeah. And I think that somehow soon we need a break.
Yes.
So, some final short closing remark.
Well, I would add user consumer activism. Make sure that you demonstrate where your money goes and why it goes towards one way and affect the industry as a consumer. But for investors, I mean, come on, be data driven.
Yeah. Molly? And for companies, kind of live your values. If one of your like marketing values to empower women within your organization as well. Don't just empower them as consumers, empower them as owners and producers and creators. That's what I would say. And of course, investors do better.
And
me
for
as well.
male entrepreneurs, so don't cheat. So it's like be trustfully. So it doesn't matter. So whatever.
Amazing. Thanks a lot. And I
Before
believe...
you leave, though, I want to give the opportunity for our audience to ask any of your questions. Does anyone in the audience have questions for our amazing panel? Yes, here.
So many questions. I'm
And
gonna
so we have the time also.
I think this one it was something Nora said, but feel free to answer everybody. There's this conversation around diversity and inclusion. I once had somebody tell me, diversity is when you're being asked to the party, inclusion is when you're being asked to dance. So that's this. But then the smaller ticket size, I think, is really to the point. And I'm wondering whether the data shows that women are also sort of tend to ask for smaller tickets and not be bold enough in their ask. I just had questions from the panel saying, shouldn't you ask for more money so you could grow faster? But then if you ask for more money, you sort of hit that glass ceiling, so it's just super hard to figure out what's the right.
So for someone who tried to raise in the Nordics, then end up raising in the US, I can say there's completely difference between where the investors are, what kind of experience they have, what they're used to. So I really urge you to do your research on investors. But yes, obviously it's easy for investors to say, yeah, but women are asking for little. But you have to bear in mind, because there are so few, they obviously network, they communicate, and when they understand this is what they're getting, that's what they're using to then create their ask. So it's not about them, they're mimicking the what is going on in the industry.
Do we have any, one last question? There.
I can talk about this forever, both Marlene and Nora knows. But I want to ask about the conversation about having kids. Because even today, we say, yeah, I tell my co-founder not to have kids in the first 2 days. And actually, even female investors ask that question because it's about risk mitigation. But what about, like, I have seen more examples of women having, like, kids, like, raising IPOs. But how do you handle that towards investors? Or how do we change that mentality in investors?
Well, on a personal capacity, and I'm just talking, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I'm a mom of 3. I was raising capital pregnant with my 3rd. So you can imagine all of the crazy questions that I got. I stay crazy because I could prove, and I think the 2 last years I've proven that it was not a problem having a baby. But I would add to that it goes back to, representation. When we're making more inclusive infrastructure and making it more possible for mothers, new mothers, to be a part of this journey, then that's showcasing also back, mirroring that it is possible. So I think going back to the inclusive infrastructures and being very well aware that it's a question about strategy, which you had. You could demonstrate that I'm going to take 6 months for my kids, and this is how I'm going to do that. Find those investors that are asking for the strategy and not concerns about you getting pregnant.
And also, since like the startup and investment world isn't in a social vacuum, so we need to change the kind of perception that it's the woman that's going to be home with the kids, because it's two people having children, obviously, in most cases. And I think it's really telling how kind of men and women are perceived differently, because Försäkringskassan actually did a study on maternal leave and why men and women took less of it. And then when we're talking about entrepreneurs, which is obviously the part that I was looking for, and they said that male entrepreneurs said that I can't be home with the kids because I am an entrepreneur, I have my own company. Whilst women said, oh, I'm an entrepreneur, I started my own company so that I could have more time with the kids. So they just kept changing, and it's the same thing when they said, okay, I'm home with the kids because I make more money, so then we get more percentage from the state, which is what the woman would say. And the man would say, oh, I can't be home with the kids, I'm the one working because I make more money. So it was always the same kind of answer, but completely different. Which kind of spoke to me about how it's on a kind of a cultural level where we have a lot of institutional equality, but not a lot of cultural equality.
I think Bogdan wanted to
say.
Yeah,
it happens also for male entrepreneurs. So I was like, divorced, and my son, he wanted to be with me like 100%. So I had 12 years old, 100% with me, and I had to take him. He was my purse. He was around the world with me, in Taiwan, in Plug and Play, everywhere, because he wanted to be with me only. So it happens for male also. So I was not the right entrepreneur to invest in, to say like that.
So the issues are complex and the solutions are many. Yeah.
Yes. You can do small thing. In Women in Tech, we have only one rule in our board meetings, is that if there's a kid or a pet in the room, you have to put it on camera. Like, that's the only rule. Like, let's see the cute faces, otherwise.
And with that note, thank you so much for our amazing panel. Give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. It has now become time for our networking fika. I just want to mention first, so you've all received goodie bags, and in these goodie bags, you have gifts from startups that are actually at Minc. So you have coffee cosmetics from Go Circular, Story Tourist voucher, Sagen jewelry voucher. And also outside of this room, now that you're networking, you can also meet with all of the startups. So we have Go Circular, Sagen, Dijang cookies, Citrien's algae drinks. So really make sure to talk to these startups as well, because these are female founders of startups at the Minc, or in Minc. And during the break, you will also be able to talk to investors from Queen Invest. They will be located like above the stairs. You have Magdalena Greff, Mette Gross, Anita Otterheim, and Jeanette will also be
I'm plan C here.
Yeah, so all of you startups, make sure to prepare your pitches, ask them for feedback, and be mindful because we only have 20 minutes with them, so that a lot of you can actually get some help. And then we'll meet back here again at 3:20. But for now, have an amazing networking.
can come back, but the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your love. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you give me nothing. And you leave me here lonely. Hey, hey. I was lost on my own way. I will never be the same girl. But someone told me never lose faith. Never lose faith. Hey, hey.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. If everybody can find their way to their seats. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good networking. Do you, oh, thank you. Yes. Do you know who owns Sweden? Do you know who owns in Sweden? There is a power of owning things. For instance, property, land, companies. And it happens to be so that women just own less. Our next speaker, Linda Vaccin, is a co-founder and secretary general of Ownership, a think tank that investigates the imbalance of ownership in Sweden. Last year, Emma was here at Nordic Female Investor Meetup to present the report, and this year Linda will give us an update on the status today. Please give a warm welcome to Linda.
Thank you very much. Now I clicked too many. I'm going to start by making Helen proud and tell every one of you of my dream. And then I have some bad news. And then I have some good news. And all of this in 10 minutes. So I better speak fast. So I'm born in 1980. I'm grown up, as I think many of you are, in the Albright spirit. Albright being the organization that spreads knowledge about the inequality in boardrooms and management teams. And me and my best friend Charlotte did everything right, being pragmatic, business activists, feminists, according to the Albright aura. We became CEOs early. We started to do board work early. We negotiated well. We took the stage, both in these rooms and in media. But we were frustrated because we did not think, when we experienced these rooms that we were taught to step into and take power in, that the real power was discussed on a broad front, and that is ownership. So 3.5 years ago, I decided on my big dream, and that is for a movement of power shift through ownership for women, but also diversifying ownership overall. And this slide is going to just be here when I tell you what I'm asked here to do, to give an update on how is the ownership going now. Just so you can soak in what we're about and why we exist as a think tank. And we have released 3 reports so far. The first one being Who Owns Sweden? And can you imagine that 3 years ago, no one in the most or one of the most equal countries in the world had compiled data on gender and ownership? That's crazy. And what we learned when we did compile and publish the data was that men owns twice as much of Sweden. And the bad news is they still do. The good news is, and before I go into concrete good news, I would like for everyone in the audience to give an applause to Jeanette and everyone working with this conference, and all of you that are investing money in women's ownership, and all of you that are owning your companies and other assets, because you are ownership. And you're fulfilling my dream. And part of my dream is also about measurement. So as you can see here, our goal is to enable women's financial autonomy and societal influence through ownership, but our goal also includes the word measurable. So we're working very hard on data to be able to keep the systems reliable, so it's not only talk and representation. but that we also can actually see a change in the metrics, in the data. And apart from us being the ownership every day, the good news is also that we, 3 years in, building our think tank and accelerating this movement, have tried to do system shift. So for the first time ever, in January 2021, ownership created a political request to the Swedish government. And we demanded to know data, transparent data on all the innovation billions that are being handed out, either as grants, as loans, or investments that are our money, public money. And it's shocking to me and to many of the journalists that I spoke to about this, that this is not done today. So I think many of the players are maybe in the room here today that can make that change happen. But an update on how ownership is going is that we made our first political request in January 2021, and in September 2021, Vinnova, that's one of the big players in this system, promised the Swedish government that we made the ask to. We made the ask to the government to demand from the institutions and the companies to do this. Vinnova promised to start measuring gender and ownership. And I am confident that the other institutions will follow, aren't you? And so imagine this. Imagine that we can do Who Owns Sweden, update it every year, that we can make system changes like this, but imagine it on who owns Europe, who owns the world, the European money, governmental money, going out, having measurement on gender and ownership. And not only talking about mixed teams, but talking about actual percentage of the company that gets the money that is owned by women. Then we can truly shift the systems and the money flows, and we will be able to fulfill my, and I hopefully hope that it's also now your dream, that women will have equal access to ownership, because that's what this is about. So this is not about equal ownership, this is about equal access, just as we are familiar in talking about it's not enough with democracy, we need equal access to democracy. We need to talk about, well, you have the right to own. Well, we also need equal access to ownership. And you can do a lot to support this shift. You're already doing a lot, you already got applause, but I ask more of you. Because one thing you can do is take a picture of this and post it and tag us. Because this is the truth, and concrete things I want to ask you to do is in every conversation, and I know you have many, all of you together, to really, really pin down what we're talking about when we're talking about equality and power. Because it's not enough with representation. It's super important, but it's not enough. It's not enough with the percentage of employees. It's not enough with the management team and the board. We want to know about ownership, and we don't only want to know about women founded. We want to know about percentage of the company being owned by women. So by bringing this up, when you shop, avoiding fem-washing, right? When you pick a place to work, when you invest, and so forth and so on, really digging in to who really has the power in this company or other asset. By doing that all the time, we can all shift the conversation towards ownership, and by making everyone aware, making everyone measure and being held accountable, we will increase women's ownership, we will increase women's financial autonomy, and societal influence, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see here. Thank you so much, Linda. Do we have any audience questions? Yes, we have a question over there. Over there. So while we're waiting for the mic to get there, is there a number that stands out to you? Is there like a number where you feel, both a number where we're really badly and a number where we're kind of on the right way?
Well, so actually looking on the onerous table that's in every report that we publish, I think it's a little bit encouraging that forest is actually the asset that women owns most of in comparison to the other assets, so 38% in Sweden. And one other number that's encouraging to me from our latest report that's about land and real estate is that women's average capital gain on privately owned property is 4% higher than men.
Nice. Okay, let's see the question over here.
Hi. So I have a question about Vinnova.
Yes.
Because I run a startup, and we have received Innovativa Startups funding. And when we applied, it was I think the first time in 2019 or something. They definitely asked about the ownership levels, and it was encouraged that it was supposed to be, female founders and female owned. And it just feels so bizarre that they asked for those stats, but you're saying they actually didn't do anything with them?
No, so it's not compiled and it's not transparent. No, but it will be in the future. So that is what they have promised. And also there is a history, not only at Vinnova, but also other processes like this that you ask for the project owner. And that can be a project manager, it can be an intern or whatever. So that's what they kept like main track of, at least at what we can ask for numbers to get. And I think that's the most important thing, because a lot of people say that, but we have numbers, yada yada yada. But if journalists or like think tanks like us can't get a hold of those numbers and follow them, it's not it, basically.
Do we have any other questions?
I'll take the opportunity here. So in terms of ownership, where should I place my ownership if I want most impact in Sweden?
As a private person?
As a private person, or putting resources, financial resources somewhere? Should it be in land? Should it be into a company?
We think we early on decided, as you, if you have not seen, you will see in our reports when you read them this weekend, that all kinds of ownership are equally important, and we think they interplay, because you need capital to start a company. And how do you build capital in Sweden? Well, real estate is one really important part. And so on. So, and ownership's role is for sure not to give you advice on ownership more than own more. So that's not what we do. But I can answer our approach to that question, and that is in the own risk school that we are developing, that you should really explore your own risk profile and your life dreams, and to make your owneress life journey align with who you are and where you want to go. Because owning as much as possible is not the goal for every human. So what we want to do is to aggregate women's power in the society and power over their own lives through ownership. Yes.
We have time for one last question over here.
Just to bring in some hope here. Have you seen any? There is you can start companies, but you can also inherit companies.
Yes.
So Christina Stenbeck,
yes.
Vicky Axelsson Jonsson, also Fredrik Lundberg's daughters.
Yes.
They are now Schörling.
Yes.
They're taking over the companies now. I don't think you see that in the statistics yet, but do you have a comment on what you think that will mean?
I mean, we're already supported as a think tank, and we are developing into a research institute by some of those women that will own more and more. I don't think it's a coincidence that SEB is currently our main sponsor.
Great, thank you.
And now, thank you so much, Linda.
And we have reports.
We have reports here. We have pins. I've had some questions about my dress. It's from hackercloset.se, circular.
And your pin is from ownership.se.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Give Linda a huge round of applause. And there we have that. So next up, we will listen to a powerful talk by Yalda Lajon. As a strong voice for gender equality, innovation, and entrepreneurship, Yalda co-founded and led The Case for Her, a femtech and women's health investment portfolio. Yalda has a long resume of roles and awards, such as the #1 talent in Sweden by Nova Talents and the Power Together Award by Women Political Leaders. Currently, she is the CEO of the VC firm Curitas Ventures. Today, Yalda will talk about going from a feminist activist to a venture capital investor. Welcome to the stage, Yalda.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So nice to be here, and so nice to finally see people, actually, for real. A lot of people here I only met online so far, so it's just amazing to meet. Well, I'm here to tell the story, or my story, about how I became an investor. And I don't think it's the conventional story, but it's mine. I tried to not make it too complicated because it has a lot of ups and downs, and we'll see if you can follow along. But we'll start here. This is me. I'm 22 years old. I just moved to Georgia, the country, not the state, and joined a women's rights organization working on strengthening civil society and also on post-war issues from the war in 2008. This is really where, for me, it started my interest in funding. This was where I realized how colonialism was still very much alive when it came to donor-led agendas, how funders, both, of course, private funders, but right then I was focusing mostly on non-profit funders, were dictating the development of companies and organizations based on their beliefs of what they thought was the best. And this is also me, and this is a little bit to indicate the time. As you can see, there were no smartphones back then. I have a little floppy phone that was really cool back then. This is a picture from when I worked there, and I was flying down to Georgia one day, and I was sitting on the airplane, and as the airplane was descending to land, I sat next to this man. No idea who he was. He started speaking to me. He started talking about private equity. Never heard of it. He started talking about venture capital. Maybe heard of it. He described it a little bit like Richard Gere in Pretty Woman. I wondered which part. But we continued the conversation, and even though I did not understand a lot, we had a great conversation. So I woke off the plane, and someone taps me on my shoulder and says, "Here is my card. Call me when you get back, because I think I want to hire you." Okay. So I went back to Sweden a few months later, or actually at that airport, I should say. As I said, there were no smartphones at that time, so I bought internet at the Prague airport. I don't know if you remember how much of an investment this was, but like I needed to know who this guy was, no? So I Googled, and it says Mikael Ahlström, founder of Procuritas, the first venture capital firm in the Nordic countries. And what do I know about like private equity and venture capital? Well, they're mean, no, and they're scary. But I thought, let's give it a go. So I came home a few months later. I called Mikael up. He asked me to come to his office. so that we can chat. And I come there, and you know, I have my best clothes on, I have my CV ready, I have my letter of reference, you know, I'm so ready in the plastic folder, you know how it looks, you know, everything clear. And I come in to the room, and he says, well, sit down, and we start chatting, and he says, well, do you want to start taking care of my private philanthropy? Yeah, okay. Can you start tomorrow? Yeah, okay. And what about the papers? I don't need them. You seem passionate, and you can do this, I'm sure. Yeah, okay, so I started. And I guess, like, at that point was the first time that I learned that you could actually bet on someone just based on passion. I did not have the right education. I did not have maybe the experience that other people would ask for, but he could see something else in me. And also that I could try something totally new. And I could also add into that, as I said, the story is a little bit uncomplicated. When I moved to Georgia, or a little bit complicated, when I moved to Georgia, it was the first time out of 4 I dropped out of university. So I just like skipped those parts to make it easier for you guys to understand. But that was the how do I back? Now I go in there. Anywho. I worked for Mikael for a while. I did a lot of different things. I said yes to every opportunity. I grabbed an internship at UN Women Sweden. 6 months later, became the Deputy Executive Director of UN Women Sweden, which was an amazing opportunity, learning about UN funding. I then got a call one day from Mikael saying, I have this organization called the Charity Rating that works on evaluating non-profit funding in Sweden. We need a new CEO. Now I aged a few years, so I was 24, 25, and I said, yeah, I don't really know what a CEO does. So he said, well, take the job and I'll teach you. So I did. And as you can hear, this was a remarkable opportunity, and sometimes I blamed it on being lucky, but I mean, I have to say I worked really hard and I did my best all the time, and I think, I mean, of course, that's one part of it too. So a little bit of luck is always nice, but you have to work really hard to actually make the luck to turn into something great too. But I was thinking a lot about how we could, you know, with my experience from Georgia with the funding and working on all of these questions together with Mikael, I was thinking a lot about what can we take that's the best from the non-profit world and from the for-profit world and actually merge together, and how can we do this in a great way to achieve gender equality in different ways. So I had, during my time at the UN, gotten to know 2 Swedish philanthropists, Christina Youngberg and Wendy Anderson, and we started talking about how this could look. And I took a leap of faith again. I quit my job, and 6 months later, we had been workshopping our asses off, and the case for her was created. And the case for her is a philanthropic investment portfolio focused on female sexual health. So we actually built one of the biggest portfolios that exist in menstrual health. Wow, you should say, oh, that's so cool. Well, you don't have to be super big to be the biggest menstrual health portfolio, unfortunately. Even though I think we did a great job and we built a very stable ground, that's also one of the truth. We also invested a lot in sex, tech, and pleasure, which people here talked about earlier, and I could spend hours on, but that's not the talk today. But what we did was really looking at, okay, so we all know that if you have cash, you have power. No? Money comes with power. So what could we do? Yeah, we could open doors for others that weren't in our situation. We could spread the words and the stories of the people and the entrepreneurs that we met, and work with those audiences instead. So I don't know if you try this, but if you have cash and you don't need any, you can actually just call the government or the UN and say, hey, I want a meeting. I'm not going to ask you for anything. But if you have a good project, I might fund it, and then doors are open. So we tried to do that, and in that way we built coalitions. We built global coalitions around menstrual health, the sits in Geneva. We did a lot of different things. So money was then used as an advocacy tool. But even though I love this job, we founded female-founded companies. We worked with female consumer goods, and I worked with female funding. I felt like there's something missing now. Like, what happens if I can't reach into the pockets of the white rich man? I mean, that's kind of where the money is. So I decided to become a venture capitalist, one could say, or a little bit of, luck again. So actually, while I was thinking this, I had a call with Mikael, the guy from the plane. And it was a long conversation, and somewhere in the conversation I said, yeah, but what I really want to learn is to access capital of white rich man. And he said, well, why don't you start with mine? So we launched Curitas Ventures last year, which is a Stockholm-based venture capital firm working on investing in disruptive technology and life science. And I'm not going to speak so much about that company today, but you will all be able to find me on LinkedIn if you want to talk about that and investments. But what I have been giving a lot of thought in the last few years is then how to actually be a feminist activist and a venture capitalist. And it really works. So I want to give you like 3 takeaways that I have had that you can think about, both as investors, but I think it's valuable for actually everyone. So first of all, start tracking your bias. We will also talk about tracking your portfolio and so on, but start tracking your bias. Who's pitching to you and who are you listening to? So once when I was working, I got a question, Yalda, can you teach me not to be a white rich woman? A woman asked me. No, I can't teach you not to be a white rich woman, but I can teach you how you can root yourself in all the privileges that you have had throughout life. And if you do that, you can then start shifting. So rooting and shifting is a concept by a scholar called Jural Davis. You root yourself in your privileges. If you look at my background, my story, it's filled with privileges, no? University degree, freedom to travel, being able to, or having enough wealth to be able to work as an intern, i.e. work for free, and so on. So I told her that, and I think that that's an important lesson that we all need to take with us, and especially as investors, when we sit there, we have to think about our own privileges. And then we have to call it out. So a common bias that I hear, for example, is that people tell me, oh, I invested in a female-led, female-founded company once, but it went under, so I don't do that anymore. Okay. Yeah, I see. But you have a bunch of investments, and how many of them have been male-led, male-founded, and haven't, or have gone under? And they're like, yeah, there's a few. Yeah, okay, but you don't judge them on having a penis, no? No, okay, so maybe we should think like that when it comes to women too. Then you can implement something called bias fairy. So you can just appoint people around you to actually call out your biases. We all have them, so like it's nothing to be ashamed of. We all have them, some unconsciously, most of them consciously, and we can actually work on calling them out. And then working on inclusion and diversity index. I mean, we all, most of us, I guess, do this at some point, but it's more than to talk about gender. You can ask questions like, do you have to speak Swedish to work at your company? Or you can ask a question like, is it disability friendly, the workspace, to actually see how far you're getting. And you can ask those questions, of course, to yourself too. And then what I really learned from this experience is like how much we need to work on company culture. And this is not rocket science now, but still we're not doing it. So another quote that I do love in some ways, because I hate it so much, is a very successful businessman in Sweden told me, being a young immigrant woman in finance is the best thing you can be today. Okay, care to explain a bit more? Well, everyone wants one. The problem is they don't stay. Okay. Have you thought about how you treat them? Have you thought about what culture you built at your company? Have you thought about all of these different things? And they haven't. And I mean, it sounds easy, but this is like the reality that people meet all the time. So I see also time is out. Yeah, so thank you. And like, hopefully just bring with you from this talk that everyone can be a feminist activist, and it has nothing to do with where you work or what you do, and it's in the small things sometimes, and then all the strategic things we talk about another time.
Thank you, Yalda. I can take that.
Thank you.
We have time for one question. Do we have a question from someone in the audience? I know I heard a question before from someone who wanted to ask a question. Yes, there.
Thank you so much, Yalda. Super inspiring how you made the most of all the opportunities that were presented to you, and really great actionable recommendations of what all of us can do. My question is, I mean, we have 200 people here and more so online who are super incentivized and want to close the funding gap for women. Is there any action item you would like to put on our to-do list for us to action and to keep us accountable that we can do by the end of today or by the end of the week?
I want to write like an essay answering this question. No, but I mean, keep fighting and just keep pushing through. I think that's the only thing we can do. The statistics looks like shit. I mean, that's just the truth. It's not encouraging at all to read all of these reports coming out, but the more space you take and the more you continue to fight, the more people will hear you, and it will change.
Thank you so much. Give a huge round of applause to Yalda. Apart from being underrepresented as startup founders, investors, and receiving investment, women are also underrepresented within tech. And that is something that our last keynote speaker, Vanya Samuelson, wants to change. Vanya founded Quitech in 2017, an energy tech startup based in Lund. And she's passionate about lowering our energy consumption and footprint by means of smart product development. Vanya will talk about that. If you want to change the world, dare to go deep tech. Welcome to the stage, Vanya.
Thank you.
Give her a round of applause.
Thanks. All right, so we finish with the absolute heaviest thing, right? A female talking about deep tech. How will this go? It's all about changing the world, really, and it kind of sounds really grand, and it can be, if you're, of course, there. Let's see if I dare to do this. My name is Vanya, as said, and I always thought I wanted to be an astronaut. So I went and did a master's in electronics. I got myself first job at European Space Agency in the Netherlands, and I was like very happy. I am fulfilling my dream, right? I realized very quickly that the dream, the childhood dream, was not so much about being in space, but it's actually about being in the environment where you can influence with technology, and you can actually change the world, one piece at a time. Now, the deep tech was something that I learned quite quickly during the years at the space industry, because it really takes patience and resilience. It takes something that I, at that time, really didn't have. I was working on this satellite that was supposed to go up 15 years later, and I tell you, and if you know me just a little bit, that was not something that I wanted to really stay for and wait for. So patient resilience, and I mean deep tech, not a good idea. So what I did is instead I started looking for something more exciting, something that there was actually pace to it all. Most of you probably are recognizing the second picture and kind of feel very at home. Some of us, a bit older, just few of us, are more maybe comfortable with the first picture, we remember that time. It is so that the pace that I found was actually in the smartphone industry, and it was actually really amazing. I entered that industry when it was at its kind of high points when it comes to the deep tech. The projects were running really fast. There were every 6 months there were new projects, there were new technologies coming in, and the world was really racing through this 2G, 3G, 4G, and everything was all about getting this really, really bad kind of brick phone into the one you have today, which is a smartphone with really advanced hardware and layers of software on top of it. I was actually going through that phase in a very privileged way, I would say, because I worked through these big companies of Sony Ericsson and Sony, and I was working always with absolute latest technologies. And not only that, I was actually working with the things that were to come, right? So when people were working with 3G and implementing that, we were already at the 5G thinking what is going to happen to that. And this was really amazing for me, and I really never understood that I was in the middle of that deep tech thing. So gratefully, I was really thinking that by 2016, this was really a commodity, right? The phones, you already had that. It was kind of an extra limb. We all embraced it, and it was not really excited. I already then started thinking that, okay, we need to do and start researching something totally different. And I put this picture up because of the simple thing, asking you all, have you ever had a problem with battery life? Probably not, right? Nobody has that. You never swore over it. You never actually thought that's an issue. Well, wrong. But I will tell you that you are really accepting. You are bothered by it, but you don't really do anything about it, right? However, if I would tell you, okay, you're going to purchase this electrical car, and I can't guarantee that this battery will give you the miles, and also I can't guarantee that this battery will perhaps be safe, would you buy that car? Of course not, you wouldn't. If you're running a company that is providing this all service based on data, and the data is collected by millions of different sensors out there, and they all have batteries, and they start breaking down, would you be a happy person? You wouldn't be, because your customers wouldn't be happy people. So this is obviously an issue that goes beyond just the end user. It's an issue that is really ingrained in our society because, honestly, the whole digital transformation is based on a lot of sensors, on a lot of batteries, whether we like it or not. We just accept that, and we kind of take it for granted. We think that this is something that should be there and it should be solved. It is solved. Most of you might even think, like, isn't this already solved? I mean, we have so many smart people out there. This should be fine, right? But it's not. And this is actually what we were working with. What we thought, okay, this is a super good challenge for me. I thought this is exactly what we should be doing. With the background that I had, with the things that we have seen, with the experience and knowledge that we are doing in the big corporates, we can actually solve this problem. We can do a shift, a low power shift, meaning changing the mindset of the people who are producing hardware and software and make them do things that don't drain as much battery, that don't drain as much energy. And that should be easy, right? So, yes, it could be easy and it is easy in a sense when you do have great background, when you're privileged in working with really smart people, you're backed up by the big companies that actually have the money and the expertise to do this. Me and my partners, we created OTI. It started with the developer tool to actually help these developers who are the ones that can change this. And growing into and evolving into a platform, a really sturdy platform for energy optimization of anything that is electronics or any application. But the thing is, we grew out from a deep tech company. We came out of Sony. We came out of actually working with this for the longest time. And we never thought of what that actually was. We just kind of took it for granted. But what is deep tech? Now, a lot of text here, but I want to kind of shorten it by saying it is an organization or a company that is working with something, creating some technology solution that are actually built on some significant scientific or engineering improvements. And you would think that this is something new. Of course, it's not. I mean, all the shifts in the society have been based on these different types of deep tech improvements. But lately, we have started to see a lot of commotion about the deep tech. And it's really, really interesting that this commotion is coming up now, because you would say it's not new. Why are we doing this? Well, the commotion actually comes from one big thing, and that is that reports are coming out that the deep tech now is really, really underfunded, which is really strange, because we're talking about fundamental changes in our society that have carried our world pretty much all the time. Right now, we are underfunded. Why? Well, there's this really interesting report that I would recommend both founders and investors to read, called Deep Tech Investment Paradox from Boston Consulting Group. And a lot of data there. People loving data should definitely dig into that. But one thing is that the VC space is really much influenced by the digital and SaaS success stories now making the headlines. That is what we are hearing. And because of that, everybody is drawn. It's easier to understand, and it seems so simple, and it's so scalable, putting the whole deep tech into perspective of something really hard and really heavy. So I thought it would be interesting to kind of put them together and see what is the actual difference. Do we understand even the differences between these two companies, or these companies that are being funded and those that are not? So let's say, what is a deep tech company? Well, it is something that is built on invention or innovation that is actually creating new markets. Usually it's something that you can't apply straight away, meaning that it actually has potential to be applied in many different ways. What is a digital company? It is a company that actually takes an innovation in an existing market, meaning you take the technology that you already had, hopefully it's mature, and you put it into the context of improving the society as it's today. A lot of companies are like that. We talked about the sex tech companies and digitalizing those. There are a lot of headlines around that. Simple example, you all know about Probe and Tetra Pak. You have heard of these companies. Typical deep tech companies growing something that can be used in so many different businesses. You wouldn't call Skånemejeriet for a tech company, right? Well, we could see that headline soon because media today is crazy, but yeah. But at least it kind of goes into this kind of digital company, because what they're doing, they are really finding these smart technologies, putting them together into a product to improve people's lives, or at least change behavior in people's lives or in the society. Another example, or a couple of examples, just to put them in the context, the ones that might be getting the headlines and ones that you don't hear about, but they are still, and they are very present. The digital companies we have all known about, Parksters, get accepted, to mention some of the local ones, or Airbnb, the global one, let's say, in the sense of coming, well, from the US. Those are the companies that are actually using quite simple technological advances, and quite old one, to do a shift. Whereas there are deep tech companies like BioNTech that did the RNA methodology for the vaccines. We have local Xnergic or Neo4j that is actually in this building, who are actually prepping something and delivering huge value to other companies in the digital space to realize their ideas. Deep tech is nothing new, but what is really being a problem is that there is this kind of myths of how heavy this really is. And I thought we should be debunking them by now. Deep tech is all about complex and technical risks. It's very capital intense. You have to invest a lot of money to have a breakthrough. It's usually a solution looking for the problem, not really a problem that is finding the solution. And of course, it takes too long. Who has the time now when you're seeing all these scale-ups going really, really fast and the return on investment is just there on the corner? The thing is, and again, a lot of reading here, but I will try to actually have that as a summary, is that Deep tech today is a little bit different than the deep tech that was before, for the simple reason that we have a new foundation. We already have a lot of chipsets, we already have a lot of software, we have a lot of things that are already there, meaning that we actually have to then use that opportunity. So the time is not as long. The capital and digital companies are as intense, and the fact is that they are actually consuming as many investor money, or actually even more, throughout the years of investment compared to the deep tech companies. But yes, they are very different, but they are not different in the sense from, say, actually having the same probability of success. Let's say the latest report about the latest quarter 2021, I think, is the fact that 1/3 of the old decacorn companies, which is a unicorn with an extra zero valuation, is actually a deep tech company, but they are never mentioned in media. It's not the one that you hear about. To finish this, I know I'm getting not the evil but kind, friendly reminders here over there, is the fact that we have a heritage here in Sweden of actually being part of the whole deep tech era. And this would be really kind of annoying if we would say that we shouldn't continue with that heritage. Especially now, knowing that the 70% of all the deep tech today are funded in US. So the US has a huge kind of a first gap towards all of us, whereas we in Sweden are sitting on a lot of knowledge and a lot of technology to be used. Also, what we know is that 97% of all the deep tech ventures are actually committed, and even not knowingly committing to some of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we, as Koitech, are really happy to be part of this. Again, not knowingly, but actually having solutions where our customers can save more than 4 batteries per usage of the product, and also saving more than 40% of the time in their production, which means not only saving on the environmental impact, but also saving on the bucks, because that is the important, having this business to scale. Final one, what can we do? And that's actually also open for discussion. We need to dare to invest in Swedish tech, first of all. The second of all is also that I really encourage people to start joining and working in tech companies, deep tech companies. I think a lot of people have this conception that it is really hard. And yeah, it sounds really hard, and you have to have a PhD, and you have to all these things to understand what is going on. But we have the power actually to change something, and we need to have all the types of people coming in and working in these type of companies. And if you are in the thoughts of doing something deep tech, don't hesitate, do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya.
Thanks.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions, but I want to leave with a sentiment that if you want to change the world, dare to go deep tech.
Absolutely.
Yes. Let's give Vanya a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
So earlier today, we had 10 amazing startups pitching their ideas for the chance to win 100,000 Swedish kronors. This prize money is sponsored by family offices in Skåne, Abraxas Holding AB, Grenspecialisten AB, Skabholmen Invest AB, and Tassaka AB. And it is now time to announce the Pinc Founder of the Year. To announce the Pinc Founder of the Year, I want to welcome up on stage Nicolina Fransson, who is last year's winner from Om Mig, Filippa Rydér Johansson, representing Abraxas Holding, Mia Gren from Grenspecialisten, and also Ann-Sofie from Almi Invest. Welcome to the stage to present the Pinc Founder of the Year.
Okay. First of all, you have all the 10 companies that have been chosen to be here are winners. This was the hardest jury I have ever been in. I hope you all had a chance to meet with investors and have opportunity to get funded anyhow. But the prize money had to go to someone. So And I will sure also that the jury will be customers to all of your companies or your apps and everything. We loved it. The motivation for this year's winner is with an exceptionally strong pitch and a well-rounded team with experience in this field. This service is refreshing, something we haven't seen before, and a majority of the investors might not understand the market opportunity. We have apps for cycle tracking, fertility and pregnancy, up to everything to giving birth. And then we will just be happy and figure it out. By addressing taboo subjects of postpartum health, we believe the time is right and you have a huge global market. So Leia, go and get them.
A huge congratulations. How are you feeling?
I must say I was so impressed by all my fellow co-founders. I'm also a future customer to most of you. So because of that, it's an amazing honor. And I think also, obviously pitching to a room full of women, that might have given us an up. But I truly believe that this is something that can really change the lives of millions of women. So thank you for giving us this starting push.
And Nicolina, last year...
Sorry. I'm here.
Oh, there. Nicolina here. Last year, yeah, Filippa. Nicolina, last year you won this prize. Yep. What has that meant for you?
I'm sorry. Congratulations. Yeah, it's meant a lot. First of all, we got the money, which is always welcome in a startup. And secondly, I've got so many new collaborations and meetups with people I didn't know, but they know me. So that's wonderful. Yeah.
So a huge congratulations to Leia. Give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you. And a big round of applause to all the amazing founders.
Yes. And after the companies pitched, you were able to vote for the crowd favorite. Do we have a winner? Let's see. Information. And the crowd favorite is Cloud ID. Huge congratulations. You have been chosen by all of our viewers here in the venue and online. Another huge round of applause for Crowd ID. And I really feel like, come on, all of the startups and the jury, give them another round of applause for their amazing job. And now, sadly, Nordic Female Investor Meetup has come to an end, but it's actually not just an end to Nordic Female Investor Meetup. It's also the end of a legacy for Jeanette Andersson. So please, can you come up here on stage? I know we have a few people who want to say a few words to you. Let's see your team here. So Jeanette is the CEO of Pinc and will in a couple of days be leaving. And as you've heard, she's also the founder of, or the initiator of Nordic Female Investor Meetup. Here, Jeanette.
I'm not prepared, but thank you so much for starting this and for giving us others chance to run it and see the role model in you and believing in all of us, because it's such an important cause, because all of you are here, investors and startups, and really, really, we appreciate everything you did. So yeah, huge thank you. This is for you. Yeah.
Thank you all. And my plan was actually to give flowers to you, Denise. because having been running this event for a couple of years now and being the initiator, this was not, of course, possible without the amazing Minc team. And as you already know, because you have met most of them, they are just amazing. And it's really with them that we could do this type of events. But without Denise, it wouldn't be possible. So Denise, I'm leaving Minc as the CEO. It doesn't mean that I leave the ecosystem, but it feels so good to leave Minc knowing that you will take care of Nordic Female Investor Meetup next year. And I'm sure to be here as a guest. So Denise, thank you for the amazing work you have done to putting this together.
Before we leave, I want to thank all of the sponsors. This event would not be possible without the help of all of them. So give a round of applause to our sponsors. I also want to thank all of the speakers and jury who've taken their time to come here and share their knowledge. This really means a lot to all of us. So give them a huge round of applause. Once again, thank you to the Minc team, and especially Janice and Jeanette for making all of this possible. Huge round of applause. And last but not least, thank you to all of you guys in the audience for prioritizing this topic and showing up here today. So give a huge round of applause to yourselves. Once again, my name is Aisha Mossberg. I'm super thrilled that I got the opportunity to moderate this event. And I want to add one thing. So the road to change, the road to equality, is not the responsibility of someone else. It is the responsibility of each and every one of us inside of this room and outside of it. I'm looking at you, everyone who is online. So after this event, I really hope that you all take the time to process and reflect on everything that you've learned and experienced. And think about what your role in the road towards equality is. Because I truly believe that if we all do this, then within our lifetime, we will get there. And with that said, thank you all for joining us today. If you're going home, then have a nice evening. If you want the party to last a little bit longer, then you're all welcome to an after work at Minc, where we will be serving some bubbles, mingle, a live DJ, and we also have Gnista sponsoring some non-alcoholic drinks. But for now, thank you and goodbye.
Wait.